Hello, chat. Good morning, everybody. It's been a while. It's been almost a whole... What is that? 20 hours? Hello, welcome back, everybody who was here yesterday, and welcome everybody who wasn't here yesterday. Corbett, are you gonna do a video on Antebellum 1.9 or a stream? Wait literally 3 days. Yeah, there you go. Hey, chat. Hey, Leo. Hey, Mittens. Hey, Mr. Overheat. Time for coping. Yeah, well, okay, so we're playing Vic 3 today, obviously. Sorry, you gotta give me a second to wake up in these mornings. We're playing some Vic 3 today, and the reason we're gonna hop right into actually playing the game instead of doing a whole lot of yapping to start with is because, like, there's a lot to cover, and I actually want to make progress today. So I'm gonna, like, tone the yap slightly down a little bit, and then we're just gonna, like, get started in the game. So, we're playing Victoria 3. This game, or this DLC, the new DLC, comes out in 2 days, 3 days, tomorrow maybe? I actually don't know. I'm allowed to stream it today. I would not be allowed to make a video today, but I'm allowed to stream it as of literally 3 minutes ago. So, that's what we're doing. And the reason why I wanted to play Victoria 3 is because, well, actually, I play a lot of Victoria 3. I don't think I ever mentioned that. It's not like, oh, new DLC, let's play the game once every new DLC comes out. Nope, I have like 700 hours in this game. I'm not good at it, let's start with that, you know? Don't expect good gameplay, but expect gameplay. Because, I mean, I've played at least some of this game before. I do prefer to play the smaller countries and stuff. Economic imperialism time. Exactly, my favorite economic imperialism simulator. Actually, that reminds me, I need to adjust my accoutrements, my attire for today, actually. So we gotta take that off, and then, there we go. Alright, I think we're ready to play some Victoria 3 now. So, this is the Sphere of Influence DLC. It is mostly about, well, pretty much what you'd expect. It's about forming power blocks. It's about creating an international, well, not quite alliance, it kind of depends. You can do a bunch of different things. What we're going to go with today is probably the concept of what if Korea did the industrialization instead of Japan. I know Japan has like their specific things that they have for like the Meiji Restoration and all that stuff. And Korea doesn't really have that much flavor, but I found that Korea is an interesting thing, or interesting country to play as. Has an interesting setup because you do start as a tributary of Qing. Let me show that off. And no, I pretty much don't really play with Iron Man because you don't have to, and also because I suck so bad at this game that typically I have to like go back like once or twice. Yeah, Finno-Korean Hyperwar tonight, hopefully. So, Joseon, as it's known at the beginning of the game at least, as long as you have the, I believe the dynasty is... Oh, the dynasty isn't Joseon. Well, isn't that crazy? Well, Joseon is the name of Korea until when exactly? Wait, no, it is under the Joseon dynasty. Okay, so if you become not monarchy, then you become Korea, I suppose, or your name changes. The most important part to know about Joseon is that you don't actually start independent. That's diplomatic plays, okay, yeah. Doesn't tell you that, and I don't know why it doesn't, but before you pick the country, you should know that Joseon is not independent. You start as a tributary of Qing, and that's important because it becomes a giant issue in the first literally 2 years of the game. I don't think there's any way to avoid the fact that you are going to be turned into a puppet by Qing. There's like nothing you can do to stop that as far as I can tell. It's kind of like inevitable in the worst way possible, where like there's no action you can take. There's nothing you can do. It's completely out of your hands. Like you could try, actually no, because they changed the system for independence. Like, you can't just unilaterally declare independence without having enough liberty desire. There's a whole new interface here, whole new everything. So you can't just, like... Well, it's a twofold thing. You can't just, like, have subjects that will never rebel as an overlord anymore. But also, as a subject, you can't just declare independence whenever you want to. You need to, like, actually have reason. So you need to have high liberty desire before you can demand your independence, you know. We're not playing EU4 here. You can't demand influence or independence for no reason whatsoever, you need to actually have a reason for that. So, liberty desire for us is kind of a problem because we start pretty economically dependent on Qing. Qing is, I think, the largest economy? Yeah, they do start as the largest economy, and so as a subject of Qing, we're already in their, not customs union, their market. And so, even though a lot of this stuff doesn't have perfect access, we happen to be buying a lot from them. In fact, we can check how much we're buying from them. We have quite a bit of dependence on our overlord. First of all, it's +1 from having a difference in GDP. It's up to +1, which I assume is when you have 1000%, but they have 2200%. They are quite a bit stronger than we are, which means there's no way we're really going to be able to increase our liberty desire until we fully industrialize. Quite keen for the better overlord subject system. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. I think, I don't know, I would say there are a few changes I'd like to make, but I'm actually just not that good at the game. So anything I would suggest is coming from the perspective of someone who just sucks at the game. So you're never gonna find like the best kind of suggestions, if I were to give any. But yeah, it's a much nicer system than, well, there just wasn't really a system before that, you know? So, if we want to decrease our economic dependence, first we're going to need to industrialize. But that brings up a new system in Sphere of Influence, which is ownership. So, like, this is going to be a half showcase, half playing the game kind of thing. Because there's so many changes that, I really want to dig into them, but I don't know how to even get into it, you know? There are, like, so many different things, and I'm like, you know, I could start talking about this, I could start talking about that. But the best I could do is probably just go through, like, each of the features one by one as they come up. So, first we have the independence, so we can't declare independence to start with. Second, ownership. Everything is now owned by a separate building. So, like, these glassworks, you don't have, like, capitalists working in the glassworks. What you have, actually, is the ownership is shopkeepers. Which I think is different than it used to be. Could shopkeepers own things? I guess they could. I guess they could have with certain economic, what are these called? Economic systems, maybe. But yeah, so you don't need to have people live in the same place that they own things either. So let's see. I mean, these guys start off pretty much owning the stuff that's in their province, but it doesn't really have to be that way. I've got a good change. Want to guess what it is? Thank you, Rosette, for the $2 US. I appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, but there's no Vinland to play in this game, tragically. I always ruin my economy in the first 10 years. Vicky is scary. It is so easy to ruin your economy without realizing it, and I think that when people get their hands on this DLC, the amount of inadvertent economy ruining is going to be insane. Because it really doesn't work the way that it used to anymore. You know, like previously, you know, you play Victoria 3, you build buildings, those buildings automatically are given over to private ownership pretty much, unless you have a specific mode of economy, right? Like if you had anything that was capitalist, like you're not working with command economy or something like that, then when you build something, it would automatically hire capitalists to work in it. And they would become the the owners of that building. That's not how that works. When the state builds something, the state owns it now. And there are a couple of benefits and drawbacks for that. For us playing as Joseon, we do not want the state to own anything, except for maybe weaponry, so arms production, and well, that's pretty much it for us. The reason for that is because as a tributary of Qing, we have to pay them a certain amount each month. And that's based off of our national revenue. So the more money that we earn, the more we have to pay to Qing. You know who Qing doesn't tax? The private sector. Qing can't take money from the private sector. So if we make a robust private sector, they can build the economy for us, And so we can have an actual decent base to tax from. Well, they can also construct things, and they don't get taxed by Chig. So basically, that's going to be the strategy we go with today. Is cooperative ownership new? I don't think I've seen that. I think it's new as of maybe a year ago or something like that. Shopkeepers could own stuff, but usually only when you have the most primitive production method. Okay. Does the wood, coal, iron, tools, building pulse still rule? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but you mean like industrializing? Pretty much still works the way you would expect. Let's see. I mean, the best part about playing as Korea is that you start with like everything you need to industrialize, right? Like that's one of the things about like some countries you really just don't have the resources really. Like if you ever try to play as Ethiopia, I might be the only person, I don't know. But in Ethiopia, there's like the smallest bit of iron, like a tiny little bit of iron. Actually, I want to see potentials on the map. Yeah, there's like a little bit of iron here, just on the outside, you know, notably not in Ethiopia. And I think also, same thing for coal. I don't think there's much coal around here either. Or if any, at all, coal. So yeah, some countries you just don't have the resources to industrialize and things get more complicated, but Joseon, a lot easier because we start with the resources. So naturally, we're going to want to build up iron in, what is this? Yangso. That's because we also have coal. So eventually we turn this into a steel place, so that we don't have to like, you know, transport the iron from here into here so that we can, you know, make whatever, or vice versa with coal. It's much better for us if you build things in the same state, because I don't know how much people have played since 1.0, trying to catch up all the updates, because I don't play a lot of Vic3 on this channel. But basically, states have their own market access price impact. Not to delve too deep into this, but basically, things transporting between states have, you can basically refer to it as like a tariff, but like not really. The amount that the price in this state affects this state is 60% or something like that, you know? So you want to build things that have synergy in the same state, meaning, yeah, coal and iron, we want to build this up pretty much. It's going to be naturally pretty influential. What else do we have? More coal down here. Coal and sulfur. That's not a lot of sulfur, actually. There's a bit of sulfur. Okay, we also have iron and coal here. Population is 1.62 million, 360,000 peasants. This is 810,000 peasants. So we're going to start building this area up. I think the first thing we're going to want is, well, let's see. We don't own that. That's good because we don't want to own that. We may want to start with a little bit of construction. We already have a little bit here in our capital. Actually, we don't have any wood in here. If we want to build anything, it's going to be expensive. Let's start with wood. Start with one wood, maybe. Because we're certainly going to need to build quite a lot. Two. That would be a better idea. Is that the Corbett slave in chat? Hi, Saf. Hi, Corbett slave. So Korea is pretty good for making explosives and weapons. Well, I wouldn't say necessarily over any nation, but you do start with lead, and you do have iron, and you do have sulfur. So, yeah. I have a feeling that he doesn't have traditional Korean hats. Yeah, it's not in my repertoire, so we're going with the capitalist hat today. As for technology, I've learned so many things from people who are actually like good at this game. Where apparently you actually don't want to research these before you research the rest of the tier 1. Because apparently there's a penalty, right? ×2. So like base cost for the era, 10,000. Ahead of time penalty, 5,000, due to the base value of the penalty times the number of unresearched text from era 1. So like, this is significantly more expensive than it has to be. Yeah, that's a cool little neat trick. I think what we actually want though is, let's see, we want stock exchange. This will help us quite a bit. Also, currency standards, because we want per capita taxation at some point. Academia, because you can't hire people to do things if they're stupid. I don't know. You need people who are able to fill managerial positions. So that's going to happen from the wealth, education access. Because, like, there's one big problem with starting with one of these countries over here, is that you have a pretty decent population, but God, you have, like, no bureaucracy. It's terrible. Your taxation capacity is very limited. Any kind of institution you want to implement is going to require more bureaucracy, but you don't have the money to fund that bureaucracy. So, in terms of having literacy and people who can, like, fill job positions, pretty much just going to have to be the people who already have wealth. So that's what we're going to have to start with, I think. Wealth here. We also definitely want stock exchange. Not that yet, because we probably can't even push that. Maybe medical degrees or empiricism, because that gives you more wealth access. Actually, we might do that. And then maybe, let's see. Maybe medical? Oh, uh-oh. I keep clicking things. That one, that one, that one. Let's go with that one. Okay, that's a decent start, I think. All pops, no literacy. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's reform that government. We want to at least have the devout in here, because the devout can do one good thing for us, and that is eventually, at some point, maybe give us a healthcare system. Oh, right, actually, before we get a healthcare system, we have to end serfdom. That is how it is, isn't it? Oh, no, that's medical degrees. What am I thinking? Schools? Schools, that's the one that we have to get rid of serfdom for. Also, we have the worst set of laws imaginable. We start with monarchy autocracy, which is going to empower the aristocrats. We're going to keep monarchy, because that's the theme I'm going with, but we don't want autocracy, because aristocrats are kind of cringe. Typically, the landowners are going to hold on to traditionalism, land-based taxation, and serfdom, and we don't want any of these things. Serfdom, historically, you know, kind of sucks for everybody involved, except for the people doing the serfdom. So, it means we can't really get a lot done while we still have serfdom. Because the unbans are still powerful as hell. 52% clout, sheesh. Okay, yeah, we need to fix that. We could go straight to tenant farmers. In fact, that might be our best first move. Because it's not going to radicalize the landowners. This would radicalize the landowners, so we'll just go with this. Maybe we can play nice a little bit. Yeah, if serfs know how to read, then they'll start making ridiculous demands like an 8-hour workday. Yeah, we can't have that. Of course. Let's see, what else can we do here? We want to put down road maintenance in the place that we're building, which is our capital, and then we're going to put it in here as well. I'm also going to preemptively put in resource industry, or encourage resource industry here, because we will be building quite a bit of iron and industrializing this province quite a bit. What else? Well, we want this to pass quickly, so we don't want to use too much of our authority. We want to keep it nice and high. There used to be a strategy I would use that was basically taxing the rich through luxury goods. But then in the new update, I realized that if you do that too much, really small countries that have, like, no money at all, or no private money, pretty much you never get to industrialize, because you're just taxing the people who have money. So until those people have a disgusting amount of money, you want to tax them a little less to start with, I'd say. When do you get to construct the K-pop factory? Yeah. Thank you very much for the 5, I think that's Polish currency. Maybe. Maybe? Thank you very much, Corbett Slave. %10 literacy. What is this, America? Okay. Alright. I think we have everything set up to start on pausing. I think so, because we can't really start any diplomatic plays anyway, so what are we going to do? Actually, we can be friends with Russia. Let's do that. because they're close enough, and they're one of the few countries that actually cares about us. Let's go with an interest in... doesn't really matter. North China, I guess. So who actually cares about us? Let's go to... how do I figure that out? Interests? Do I get to see who has interests in regions? So I want to see who cares about us. Maybe I can check through diplomacy. Countries. Attitude, disinterested. Okay, so anybody disinterested doesn't even have an interest in our region. So we can, I think, sort by this. There we go, so disinterested is at the bottom. So the only people who care about our existence would be Russia, Qing, and Britain. Russia's protective of us. We would like to maybe get Russia to help buy our independence. Or to get our independence in some way. We'll also be friends with Britain, because we want to be friendly with anybody who's not Qing, I think. It's the Zloty? Is that it? Korea in the 19th century sure is cool. I can't wait to see a free unified Korea march into the 21st century. I think, well, I mean, the game lasts until the 20th century, but I think I get what you're saying. We're going to turn off taxes for now, because we're not really spending that much money. We don't need to increase government wages. Let's begin, I think. It'd be a good idea. So the reason I'm building it here is because we already have a construction sector. And so we're just going to keep this one satisfied with wood until we can build other things in this place. That's to start with. Is the DLC good? Well, I don't know if I can necessarily give you an opinion on the DLC yet. However, it makes a lot of changes that I like. I think the most impactful part is foreign investment. Well, it's the combination of the whole thing. You can't have foreign investment without having the influence aspect of that foreign investment, which of course also requires the power block aspect. So like there's a lot to it. I think generally all of the additions are good. Like as, you know, game design kind of thing. Let's see. Prominent members of the Yangban officials, outspoken supporters of tenant farmers, and close allies of Sang Huangyi have been exposed in a corruption scandal. Lovely. Well, that would throw out... well, it wouldn't throw out the whole thing, but it would certainly give us a setback. That would also give us a setback. And that would not give us... no, that would give us a setback anyway. You know what I want to do? I think I probably want to reset this whole thing. We kind of started off on the wrong foot. So I think if we reset everything, it's also going to remove the minus 10%. So Sang Huangyi, are you the king? No, you're not the king. You are the leader of the Yangban officials? Are you the leader? Maybe? Politician. Yeah, leader Sang Huangyi. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna say nobody likes you anymore. That'll be good if we have an unpopular, leader of the, landowners. Quite western-looking gentleman here in our hermit kingdom. I mean, this guy's got some pretty sick clothes. He is also, 8 years old and partially bald, but I think that might be shaved. Might be a choice. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at that guy again. Well, it's not that western. Not really. Yep, there we go. We get one setback, but it removes the previous outcomes, which is what we want, because we don't want to sit there with a 4% chance. That would kind of suck. So it's going to take a while, but we'll eventually start getting a bunch of people working in the logging industry. They're challenging each other to a duel to the death. Okay. Well, I actually kind of don't want this guy to die. 50% chance. If this guy dies, someone else is going to take his place. He's also going to die soon anyway. and I would kind of rather not risk this guy's death. We don't want to ban dueling necessarily, but I think we should stop this one duel. Oh, here's another thing. Lobbies. We now have domestic and, well, I don't think they count as foreign lobbies. They're all domestic even if you fund the lobbies in somebody else's country. So, the intelligentsia are very happy with Russian culture. They're like, wow, it's so cool, look at the paintings and stuff. We can decide to create the pro-country lobby, which might be in our interest as a counterbalance to Qing. Or we can just say, no, you're cringe, and then they lose interest. They lose political strength, which is not what we want. We kind of want the intelligentsia to maybe have some strength. Here, let's keep that music up, actually. Don't want it to be too loud, though. Peasantry rebranded. Okay. A clash of thought has erupted in Gyeonggi. Rural firebrands have criticized the tenant farmers' laws for supporting a master-servant relationship with the Yangban officials. Okay, listen, you don't really have a choice in this matter. You're literally serfs. They're like, wait, no, wait. They're criticizing the law that would give them more freedom. There's a relative position on this. Why would you dislike that? Okay, whatever. Well, it is what it is. Let's see, we don't want to reduce the chance too much. That would be a huge problem for us. See, if we get the landowners upset, that wouldn't do too much. The rural folk are kind of happy. I kind of like them keeping this, having this throughput for the time being. The landowners, actually, if we put them to -5, what would this do? Oh, they would pay us far less in taxes. Okay, that's kind of a problem. Right, sorry, rural folk, that's just kind of too bad. Yeah, so here's the problem I was going to mention as it happened. We can't really do much about becoming a puppet of Qing, or a vassal and then eventually a puppet. Although in my experience, they typically don't annex you, which is good. Alright, landowners are... yeah, they're definitely not committed to the idea of tenant farmers, because they already have serfdom, but we can gain 1 setback to gain more enactment time, but an increased chance of success. It also reduces the interest group prop attraction, the landowners, which is nice. I kind of don't want either of these two. I think we'll just go with this one. Now, this is a bit of a gamble, because we have a 15% chance of passing the law, and I think the debate... is that a decrease? What happens? So there's a 52% chance of making things worse. So that's cool. Well, we'll see what happens. We don't really want to stall our production here, though. I think we'll want to build one more logging camp. Oh, also, new interactions. We can privatize industry. We are going to privatize this industry. Why? Because, well, we talked about this, didn't we? About the diplomatic pact, having to pay Qing money. Right now, we get government dividends from our industries. But our government dividends efficiency sucks. We get 25% of the money that we would normally get from the dividends. So, it's really not a whole lot. We can fix that, though. It's like, right now we have traditionalism, which is causing a big problem. It's also going to cause a big problem with the investment pool efficiency. So even though, like, we're not going to have an economy until we swamp out of traditionalism, pretty much. There are so many issues with this. We pretty much just have to get out of here at some point. But yeah, if we move over to something like even agrarianism, it would be better, because that would give us 30% government dividend efficiency. That would be not so bad. I think, in particular, what we want is interventionism. Because, I mean, even though this will bring us up to, what is it, 20? Is it plus 25 on top of our 25? Or is it remaining at 25? Who knows? Either way, we're getting like 50% or 25%. If this is the base value, then this would bring us up to 50%. This would bring us up to 55%. And if we just went to laissez-faire, then we wouldn't really get much of anything, but then the capitalists and shopkeepers can reinvest easier. Yeah. So for the time being, we're going to try and empower the industrialists by selling off our industry to industrialists so that they have more power so that we can reform things so that we no longer have traditionalism. That's the idea. Whether or not it even gives us more money in the economy is less relevant. It will certainly help us pay less money to Qing at least. And then we can, like, tax people just the same. Well, eventually. Right now we have land taxes, we can't tax people that efficiently. We'll have to swamp the per capita ASAP. But that's going to require leaving traditionalism, so it's a whole process. Pretty much. Alright, I think we're going to automatically go with acquiesce to their demands, because we just need this to pass, pretty much. Serfdom must go. The peasants must be... Okay, they won't be free under serfdom, but, like, freer than serfdom. I think this might be the only Vic 3 game that I've seen in a while that isn't going to end with communism. Well, we don't know that yet. But hey, we did get rid of serfdom, so that's one step. Let's see, now we could get education, but we don't have the bureaucracy for that. This is fine as it is. This... Ooh... Which one do I want? I don't want to empower the aristocrats, actually. No, let's not go to hereditary. I think appointed is fine, because it gives us more taxation capacity. So we can actually, like, collect some taxes. So yeah. I don't think we're in the mood to change any more laws for the time being. Although if it were possible... Yeah, I would like to swap our economic type. Our economic system, but it's just not going to happen for the time being. How about we go and start building some actual industry? Did I even privatize that? I didn't even privatize that. Okay, there we go. Over here, we're going to do a similar-ish thing. Do I want to build another construction sector? I think I want to, yes. Actually, here's an idea. Let's build some construction sectors over here. So let's build one of these, and 3 of these. Let's do that in the opposite order. So let's build like... Let's build like this. There we go. Don't forget to use your authority. Edicts are useful. Right, because we did just finish passing that law. So we need to put on something. We have these ones here already. But I think what we might want to be these two, so we can have people actually hire workers. Let's see. I know we're going to have a lot of agriculture down here, because we already have the Honam Plain. That's plus 10% agricultural output. It also has a ton of arable land, 108, which, you know, isn't much compared to some places, which have, like, an enormous number. This is 200 over here. I think some of these, yeah, have 400, but it's still a pretty decent amount. So let's start actually with putting some agriculture. Over here, we also have pretty much just agriculture, a little bit of manufacturing. This is nothing but agriculture for now. I guess we can boost it temporarily. Let's put agriculture here. Let's put resource industry here. And let's put, I guess, more agriculture here. We don't have much over here. That'll help boost the economy. Should give either us more dividends, or it'll give the private sector more dividends so they can reinvest. Yeah, it seems like it's doing a lot more stuff now with the recent patch. They do seem a little bit more involved in both the player and, well, generally other AI. I think a lot of it has to do with the new block system. There's like more of a reason to compete with other great powers now. Oh, here's another thing, actually. Ooh, I should have done this earlier. Right, so if you request market access or market control to give yourself a complete market just by yourself, if your overlord says no, then you actually gain liberty desire. So I should have done that to prevent us from losing even more liberty desire. Seems like we're kind of resting it around the... Well, it depends. It seems to change every now and then. I wish you could specify where on the province you could build stuff. Because that agriculture province includes the island. Just imagine the island of milk and honey. Yeah, well, we can't get too granular. You could, if you wanted to, with the treaty port system. In theory, you could do something like that. Yeah, so for the time being, we're still spending like nothing at all, which is good. Low taxation, people are generally pretty pleased. You know, a lot of loyalists. Well, that was mostly because we got rid of serfdom, I think. I think serfdom increased the standard of living or something, I'm not sure. It might be a change in how this is managed. Because when you have serfdom, let's see. You get 4 subsistence output. Is that just grain? No. Okay, you get 4 subsistence output and a certain amount of grain. But when you have free peasants, then they have 5 subsistence output. So they're creating more clothing, more furniture, more alcohol, wood, etc., as peasants. So the standard of living, I imagine that's probably what caused that to go up, which is causing more loyalists. That's nice. Oh, it's the British, and they're invading Beijing. Well, we're off to a good start with the Opium Wars. I think it's a step in the right direction. Actual geopolitics makes it feel less like it's a spreadsheet simulator. Well, for us, it's going to feel like a spreadsheet simulator because we have to, like, optimize our economy super hard just to be able to get independence. So, yeah. We have a whole bunch of events. I find in this update, in this, like, DLC and update, there are a lot more events than there usually are. They just pop up all at once in 1 month, which is kind of weird. Anyway. The Guanbook Political Union. Organizers affiliated with the movement to enact local police force have founded an organization devoted to fostering popular participation in politics in the Guanbook region. Right, so we can either increase the movement's support to get the local police force, or some of Guanbook will become more radical. I think we can allow a little bit of support, but we don't actually want to enact local police force. We want dedicated police force, because the local police force gives the landowners more political power, and the landowners are already exceedingly powerful. Even though we got rid of serfdom, they still have 43% political clout. So that's kind of a problem for us. It's going to hamper our transition to per capita taxation. It's going to hamper our tradition away, or our transition away from traditionalism. It's going to be a big problem. So we definitely don't want to strengthen them even further. Instead, just to placate them, we could enact dedicated police force, but again, we don't really have the bureaucracy for that. And if we go into the negative here, then we start wasting tax, and that's kind of a problem. So yeah, it also doesn't help that our king is also part of the Yangban officials, and he's traditionalist. So the king himself isn't feeling particularly inclined to give the people, you know, better living conditions or anything like that, or, you know, allow anybody else to have political power. Yeah, we'll have to sort that out. Hopefully this doesn't become like a radicalized movement. Another duel between In Yongzhou and Bakjip. You're an abolitionist in the industrialists. I kind of like you. Let me just minimize that for a second. You're an abolitionist, but we already have slavery banned. What is your job, bro? Like, what are you here for, actually, then? Okay. He is here for tenant farmers, but we already have tenant farmers. He's neutral on all of these things. I mean, I guess he's living his best life. He's super happy right now, I guess. How about you? You're a traditionalist, which is kind of cringe. But if you die, someone else is also going to be a traditionalist and take your place, probably. So, again, we're just going to stop this one duel, because we don't want either of them to die, really. We don't want to ban duels, because they can be sometimes important. Actually, you know what? Doesn't matter who dies here. We either get someone who's a better ideology for industrialists, or we get someone who is either the same or better. So, you know what? Let him fight. In Young Joe has died. He was the traditionalist. Okay, so who took his place? Another traditionalist. Congratulations, you played yourself. Okay, Foreign Manifesto. Oh boy, okay, so everyone's talking about local police force, and I really, really don't want to give them local police force. You can reduce the support, increase the radicalism. The petit bourgeoisie get upset, but we don't care. Interesting, okay. I think we're just gonna say no to that. Publicized accounts of discrimination against Confucian people in Russia have led the devout to begin lobbying for a hostile stance against Russia. Right, so that's gonna be a problem, because we now have a pro-Russian lobby, which is the intelligentsia, and an anti-Russian lobby, which is going to be the devout. Or we could just say... Ooh, we could radicalize 2% of the population. When we become a puppet, we don't really get a chance to interact with Russia very much. So I don't think these country lobbies matter in the long run. I think we'll just allow it to happen. Why do you have the DLC but Steam has a countdown clock for it? Yeah, I'm actually from the future. 13th Demon is right. I came back to the past from June 26th. They gave me the DLC early. There we go, we can get a little bit more construction going on in there. See how long it takes for them to hire anybody? Yeah. But they're getting around to it. What we actually want to do is build up iron frame buildings. So what we're going to do next, after we build this logging camp, is we're going to build some tools. We should be able to do that, at least. And I think the buy orders are kind of trade routes. Why are you exporting iron, idiot? Okay, whatever. Yeah, we're going to build tooling workshops. It's going to take a really long time. And then we should be able to go immediately to wrought iron tools. Use those tools to increase the amount of wood we get. Maybe. That would take 15 tools. We can build 60 tools with the iron. And then that'll be more or less enough to get iron frame buildings. That's what you want to really start with, is like not just build a whole bunch of construction for the sake of having construction, but have efficient construction. They finally make geopolitics interact with the political parties? Yes. Geopolitics interact with political parties. Economy now interacts more with geopolitics because of foreign investment. Especially with subject relationships and power blocks, because the more reliant you are on somebody because of foreign investment, the more likely you can be swayed into their power block and stuff like that. It's also very difficult to leave a power block. Like, I was playing as Graupara, and I decided to join the French block, and I got super powerful off of the French block because it was a trade block. And if I wanted to leave it at some point, they're like, actually, no. You're not leaving the faction. You don't get to freely join and leave these power blocks. You can join them, but to leave them, you're probably going to have to fight for your life. Usually when someone says, hey, do you want to join a power block? It's not a question. It's a suggestion backed up with a gun behind your back. You know, they're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're not doing it out of diplomatic friendship. They're like, yeah, you're joining the block, buddy. Either you're joining the block, or you're joining the block. And if you try to leave the block, either you need to be super powerful, or you need to fight them. So that's cool, I guess. It also depends on the bloc, because if you look at the British Empire, obviously countries in the British Empire can't just leave the empire for the hell of it. But that's because of what the empire is. It's a sovereign empire. It's a specific type. So like Zollverein is a trade league. Ross's that's not even English. Rossiyskaya Imperia is another sovereign empire. Metternich system is an ideological union, which is interesting. It's a monarchy ideological union. And then the Devlet-i Elia is another sovereign empire. I think what we're going to do is try to create a sovereign empire at some point, but it really depends on what we get to do with this. From the ground up, a low-born man has risen as the popular leader of the intelligentsia, with some not so pleased by such social mobility. Well, we don't want to reduce the interest-group pop attraction of the intelligentsia, because we want them to be powerful enough to advance the country's laws. So we'll just get a new character. Interestingly, the owner or the leader of the armed forces is now a pacifist. Okay. Could happen, I guess. A new intelligentsia leader is a land reformer. He might push for homesteading and collectivized agriculture. Best we could do is homesteading right now. Collectivized would require either cooperative ownership or command economy. I don't think we're necessarily going to go for that anyway. My favorite thing to do in Vic 3 is play as Kiva, never build an economy, make the best army, never give my people rights, and get Mongol Empire borders and living off the land. As Kiva, you say? With a population of 1 million people. Could be done, maybe. Gunboat diplomacy, pretty much, yeah. The power blocks are a lot more aggressive than you'd think. Okay, so we have some tooling workshops. Actually, we should privatize that. Yep. We should also privatize this. Yep. We should also, that's privatized already. Let's go and grab that, because it'll increase the demand for tools, so people will actually start working in the tooling building. And I think we also want to grab iron frames, just because it's going to add pressure for the iron mines to actually hire people. It's going to add pressure for people to get hired into all of these buildings. So we're going to spend a little bit of money, but we should be spending less money over time. And we can build faster, which is nice. So right now we have quite the investment pool. The main point is we want to build up enough construction so that the private sector can start investing all of this money that they're getting. The investment pool, however, does actually belong to certain pops. Yeah, here we go. We've been turned into a vassal by Qing. This happens like every Korea game, nothing to be worried about. They will eventually turn us into a puppet as well, but they probably won't annex us. Because when you annex a country, it still starts a diplomatic play. So, if we have somebody who is sort of cordial with us, like, say, well, Britain no longer has interest in our region, but Russia does at least. The main problem with Qing is that if they try to annex us, they might be looking at Russia intervening in the whole war. So they're probably less likely to try and directly annex us. Meaning we'll still get to survive, but we will have to pay an enormous amount of money to Qing each month. Or each week? Each week, yeah. So right now we're paying 6.38 thousand pounds. It's quite a considerable amount. It's 30% of our entire treasury income. So it's not great, really. But here we go. We could decide to become closer with Russia to appease the, well, mostly the intelligentsia, right? Which doesn't really matter to us right now, because the intelligentsia, when they're... Oh, I love when things work. The intelligentsia right now, if they were powerful, would give us migration attraction, but that doesn't really mean much for us, so it is what it is. I think we're going to ask them to help us research medical degrees. We should do that. Resource boom in our capital, I would assume. Gyeonggi. Yep. Yeah, so we still need to sell these off. No one is buying for whatever reason, but whatever. Market access price impact, nice. There we go. Now we have actual construction that we can use, although we now need more tools, and then the cycle continues, pretty much. So we built this tooling factory, this tooling workshop, and we sold it off to the manor house in Yunnan. The manor house is actually aristocrats. So now the tooling workshop is owned by aristocrats. It seems kind of, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense that aristocrats would try to own like industry, but they do sometimes do that. Same thing with capitalists. They will sometimes decide to invest in agriculture, especially if you have, let's see, if you have commercialized agriculture, then financial districts, which is, you know, capitalist clerks, shopkeepers, but predominantly capitalists, is they're going to have the most money. They will invest in stuff like plantations, ranches, and agriculture, more likely at least, right? So, yeah, does isolationist work the same as it does in EU4? What do you mean isolationist in EU4? Make sure to privatize the iron mine? You're right, thank you. We need to privatize pretty much everything, because the more money that we get in government dividends, the more money that can be taxed by Qing. And also, we're not very efficient with our government dividends. Although, I think if we look at something like the iron mine, we can see, we look at the actual dividends, we can see that both the local workforce and the actual country, we both get, like, pretty much the same dividends. Which is, like, not a lot. Although, oh, never mind. Yeah, I lied, as a matter of fact. The dividends are reduced to 25% when they actually enter into your revenue. So we're both getting the same, quote, dividend, 154, but the country is only actually earning 36 pounds off of that. Which is why we want the local workforce to get those dividends. Because one, it's either going to increase their standard of living, which will increase demand for products, or it's going to increase their reinvestment pool, which they can use to further industrialize the economy. So yeah, I think the main strategy when you play as a subject, especially like Joseon is probably the easiest example of this, is you just want as much private industry as possible in the early game. Towards the mid to late game really depends, like, do you get independence? What do you end up doing with this? It all just kind of depends after all that, but up until you gain independence, privatize everything, pretty much. Farming boom, lovely. So right now we're just building up enough to get good construction going. Gotta make construction cheaper. That is a bit of a problem because Qing will be draining some of our resources. See, we have 121 being produced here, but we're only consuming 46. And still, the price is pretty high because there are parts of Qing that are buying our tooling workshops. I mean, it's good because it gives us money. However, we want to make construction cheaper, so it's not that great. It means Qing is basically siphoning off of our industrialization. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, because the more reliant Qing is on us, the more we can counterbalance our reliance on them. Right? It doesn't really show this. I mean, this is for pop needs, but, you know, same thing. The more entangled we are... actually, it could get pretty bad if we rely on selling things to Qing. Then we leave the Qing market, now we don't have a reliable market to sell to. Could be a problem. But it's a problem I think we can end up fixing. And besides, capitalists are a lot more laissez-faire in this update. Like, if capitalists build a building and that building becomes unprofitable, then they just close down the building. Which is a lot better than how it used to be, where, like, you know, the capitalists build things, they're unprofitable, they just sit there and do nothing. Yeah, that was kind of annoying in previous patches. You know what? Let's add gas streetlights. It's not much, but at least it'll start the coal industry up a little bit. Not that we can really use it, but we want to have some reason for the capitalists to maybe invest in coal. So that when we start building steel mills, they're like, hey, that's a good idea. Corporate opinion on the Toilet Paper Act. You can get an EU4 by taking innovative and court ideas. It gives more ruler lifespan and no stab drop on ruler death. Oddly specific, but based, I guess. Alright, let's see what we can actually do with the capitalists at this point. If we build another one of these, it's going to be rather expensive, but I think we're giving the capitalists enough tools to start investing themselves. So we're not going to build any more buildings. Right now what we're doing is basically subsidizing the private sector by building buildings and then selling those buildings to the private sector for cheaper than we actually built them for. It's basically a form of subsidies. But now what we want to do is just let the private sector do whatever they're going to do. Like, not worry about it. They can just build their own things because they have quite a bit of money. As for us, we might want to bump up taxation a little bit. It'll make people a little bit upset. Actually, what's your issue? Decreases in standard of living. Oh, right, yeah. So when people move from being subsistence farmers to working in factories, I think their standard of living generally decreases a little bit. And then eventually it sort of picks back up, but yeah. Well, actually, here's what we can do. I have a bit of an idea. It's a little expensive, but probably a good idea anyway. Oh, I know what we need. Paper. We really, really need paper. We have paper here, which is kind of weird because we don't have any sulfur here, but we have sulfur here and here. We may want to build a paper mill in our capital, maybe. Or we could build one in here. I mean, it doesn't have sulfur either. The main point is that we want to increase the taxation capacity in here because this is where we're going to be generating a lot of money. Because it's being industrialized, right? So it's going to end up having more money to tax as well in here. Playing Vic 3, are they holding you locked in a basement until you make Victoria videos? I actually like playing Vic 3. I don't know why this surprises people so much. I like the game. For the most part. I mean, this update has done a lot to make me enjoy the game more. Like, how many hours do I have in this game? 787 hours. I mean, I kind of like it. It's pretty alright. Anyway, yeah, we need to build... more of these. They're expensive. Right? Oof. Government wages, sheesh. Goods for government buildings... Yeah, we need paper. God, we need paper. Okay, we don't have good market access price impact yet, so let's go with, we'll build one paper mill. I don't have mechanical tools, so we'll just build the one paper mill for now. Chat, is you winning? Arguable. Maybe. I think we are currently losing, actually. Yeah, as long as they don't annex us. Hey, Ruby. Is that patch live, or do we need to wait for Monday? I think it comes out tomorrow. But chat should probably fact check me on that one. I'm not really sure. Empiricism will be nice. We definitely need currency standards. Actually, how's the clout looking? Industrialists are marginalized. Beautiful. But they are getting some influence. They're going from 0 to 0.7. Progress. Yeah, there just really isn't a lot we can change right now. We might have to go to dedicated police force, but then again, you know, it's the whole bureaucracy problem. We have no bureaucracy, no money to fund that bureaucracy. Kind of an issue. Wait, we have nationally owned cotton plantations? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to sell those too. Privatize. Actually, what should we privatize? Let's go through our buildings. We should privatize those. Yeah, not military shipyards, just regular shipyards. Yeah, you can sell buildings to the private sector. I don't think you can sell them to foreign investors, but you can sell them to the private sector. Foreign investors can just do things anyway. See, like Qing is building logging camps in Yangsa. So, yeah, foreign investment just kind of happens. That means that the owners of this building will be Qing, which is bad for us because the more Qing owns our economy, right? They own 15% of our GDP. That's why we need the private sector to kick it into gear. Otherwise, Qing's gonna own our entire GDP. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's a foreign investment, it's not so bad until you're someone's subject, and then it's terrible. Oh, never mind. I think I did sell the iron mines to... Oh god, I sold the iron mines to Qing? That's not what I wanted. I wanted to sell them. But I wanted to sell them to us. I didn't want to sell them to Qing. Oh, I didn't know you could even do that. That could be a problem. See, I was hoping when I sold these it was going to be bought up by someone in the country, but nope, that means that the dividends are going straight to manor houses in Qing, which is kind of a problem. I was hoping our own industrialists would cover that, but hey, either way, I mean, still, they're able to invest now, which is good. So now I'm wondering about privatizing. I mean, I'm still going to privatize, because either way, the same thing applies, right? The more money we have, the more it can be taxed by Qing. Either it'll be sold to someone in Qing, or it'll be sold to someone back home. And the chance that it might get sold to someone at home is worth it, I think. Even if in the process it could be sold to someone in Qing. Don't the industrialists need money to buy them? So there is quite a sizable investment pool, and they do use this investment pool to actually buy things. Oh, hold on a second. We do have some financial districts. That's good. So we have financial districts that own textile mills in Gyeonggi. Okay, so they are definitely starting to own a few things. I don't think it's necessarily any of the things that we built. Well, actually, that's not true. A couple of logging camps were sold to local private sector, so that's good. At least we're getting a little bit of compensation for our building materials. So why are you invading the British? Okay, so it's not as as expensive, rather. Actually, why is this expensive? Because we're consuming more than we're... Okay, I see. And what about this? Everything's expensive, actually, because Qing is siphoning off of our industrial materials. That's why everything's expensive. Because we want to build paper mills to make government administration cheaper, so we can have more tax collection And more bureaucracy, which also gives us tax collection. Yeah, we'll build one of these. Colonize Madagascar for the funnies. What happens if we try to nationalize them now? Good question. If we try to nationalize these buildings, they would say no. I think it's because we have traditionalism, which prevents nationalization without compensation, but actually we should still be allowed to nationalize. No levels to nationalize. You might only be able to nationalize things that aren't owned by an overlord. Maybe, I think. Anyway, yeah, so apparently we've sold off 20% of our GDP to Qing, which is not what I wanted. Who are you? You want a republic? Get out of here. Paradox didn't think through again what happens when you play as underdog while nobody wants to play as great power because it's boring. Okay, I agree with you on finding great power is kind of boring to play. Let's see. Oh, yes, we want to give the industrialists more political strength, for sure. Yeah, I prefer to play, like, mid-powers. You know what, let's see, just because it'll be, it'll be a bit expensive, but we're gonna build another one of these. I think the private sector can probably handle another one. Yeah, we start by having, like, no capital whatsoever. I mean, GDP is, kind of maybe going up a little. Sort of. It's having a few hiccups. Is industrialists the political party of the capitalists? Industrialists, kind of yes for the most part, but it's not strictly capitalists. So the industrialists attract a couple different groups. Right now we can see they're predominantly made up of shopkeepers, actually. So 864 shopkeepers and 142 capitalists. So, like, yeah. Predominantly yes for the capitalists, but that can change depending on the ownership. So industrialists, if, like, let's say for example you had cooperative ownership on, industrialists wouldn't be made up of capitalists, because under cooperative ownership typically there aren't really a lot of capitalists. You have a lot of farmers and shopkeepers, have a lot of investment pool. So industrialists might be shopkeepers. Something like that, really. You know, I think we might be able to go one step further. Let's increase taxation a little bit. Let's build one of these. And also, what can we tax? I don't really want to tax the upper strata yet, because they are investing for us. Actually, in terms of services, ooh, yeah, that's a problem because tools are expensive. Ah, the amount that Qing is siphoning off our economy is really annoying. There's not really much we can do for now because our economy is super entangled with theirs. But I think all we need to do is sort of wait for the capitalists to gain more power. Wait for the private sector to have more and more reinvestment. Eventually we should get more financial districts, which should fuel more reinvestment in industrializing and stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna decrease the standard of living a little bit. Another thing is, our current taxation law kind of means that we're going to slowly and steadily lose taxation revenue over time until eventually the amount of income tax outweighs the amount of land tax. The income and per capita, pretty much. So right now we would lose money if we went to per capita taxation. So we're not going to touch that, but yeah. What do we have? From the heart of the sea, in Gungi, a random dude. I remember you, the abolitionist. So he wants to be an admiral? You don't have a navy. What? Okay, well, let's make people more loyalist. It doesn't matter if the trade unions gain more interest because, like, nobody can join a trade union. We have, like, no industry. Ah, okay, you want local police force. We're gonna say no to that, actually. And hopefully they don't ask again for a while. So political parties change based on social clout too. Well, it depends. Well, kind of yes, actually. Political sort of depends on a bunch of different things. Because, yeah, there are different ways to increase political clout. Right? There's ownership, there is wealth, there's politically active pops, there's voting. Voting is huge for that as well. So, yeah, a few different ways to increase or decrease clout, and who makes up the different groups. Does the Transvaal rush still work? I have no idea. I don't play that much. Well, I'm not like into Vic 3 meta so much as I am just kind of playing the game casually. So I understand enough to like play the game, but don't ask me anything more complicated than that. The Ailing King, bro, you're 18. You're gonna die already? Oh, yeah. Is this an actual canon Korea event? Did this happen historically? Oh, it kind of looks like because of the event, maybe. Hmm. And so... Okay, so you're a historical character. This guy's a historical character. So wait, this guy is sickly, but so is the child. They're both sickly. You're a traditionalist. You're basically the same person, bro. Yangban officials, traditionalist, same thing. Whether or not he dies is kind of irrelevant. I think I'd rather see him live a little bit longer, because if he dies while the kid is still a kid, then we lose prestige and authority, but it's not the end of the world, I guess. And he's dead. GG. Right, well, this guy being a kid means that the landowners are going to have less influence, slightly. Actually, could I get away with homesteading? Nope, that would super radicalize the landowners. Nope, that's not happening. Never mind. How bad is it, Doc? How long do we have left to live? 2.4 entangled. Well, hopefully this number starts to go down. Not a good start, having Qing own a whole bunch of our industry, but at least the capitalists are starting to build things. Just, well, not really the things that I want them to build, but they are building something at least. Actually, if you have glass being built, let's use that for market squares. Let's not make the glass unprofitable. Let's actually do something with that. Let's get market squares and maybe gas streetlights, because, again, we have some coal at least. So that'll increase the availability of services, which should decrease the price and increase standard of living. Let's go with maybe a bit of... Ooh, do we want banking? What do I want? I think I want the lathe. Lathe social streamers. Okay, so we're actually using at least a little bit of glass. That's good. Increase the price of glass, which gives more dividends for the capitalists like do stuff with. They really, really want local police force. And then we have nothing to offer as a compromise either. Either we can get them really upset by saying no and we can lose a bunch of legitimacy. Uh-oh. Well, my mouse decided for us because, yeah. Never mind. Mouse click when I don't want mouse click. I should probably get a new mouse before Wednesday. Before the Parabellum match. Probably. Or figure out a way to fix this one. And it would make the capitalists interested in opening and expanding new resources. In theory, ideally, yes. In fact, there comes a point where you'd think iron would become so expensive that somebody is going to want to invest in the iron mines. But no. Have you cleaned your mouse core? But I have cleaned it, but I don't know how to solve the specific problem I have, which is on the inside of the mouse. Just buy a new everything, yeah, seriously. Yeah, you'd think at some point someone's gonna look at the price of iron and be like, ooh, that's expensive. We can definitely make a whole bunch of money if we build an iron mine right here. But they're not doing it, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. Instead, they're building glass. I mean, good for you, getting more money for more reinvestment and all that, but, I think I would prefer if you built something that would be a little, I don't know, more economically productive, like iron. At some point, they've got to realize that they're losing a bunch of dividends because the iron's too expensive, but they'll figure that out. Qing's probably building their own iron mines. Well, we can actually look at the iron situation. In the entire Qing market, 200 iron is being produced. And we are producing half of the iron in the entire Qing market. So you'd think, right? You'd think someone's gonna be like, hey, wow, that's a lot of iron in there. We would certainly get a lot of money from building it. But no, apparently not. Actually, no, I don't understand what the point here is. Well, anyway. Even if we built lathes right now. Wait. No, never mind, okay. So even if we went to dye workshops, I mean, do we even have dyes? I guess we do, don't we? In Gyeonggi, it is owned by... Okay, at least it's domestically owned. Mining accident, let's get more power to the industrialists, even if it makes people more radicalized. Actually, maybe I should do that less. Radicalizing the lower stratas, maybe not the ideal way to play. More minting would be nice. A good part of that's going to go to Qing, but I guess we'll pick it up. And then let's see. I think we want mechanical tools, Bessemer process, atmospheric engine, and railways. I think we want this combo. It'll massively boost our ability to industrialize. It'll give us an actual use for steel, which will be more tools. But he mentioned something about glassworks being overproduced might be a bug. It might be, but it just seems like it's actually productive. Like, it is earning them money. So it doesn't seem like it's technically overproduced. They're just looking at things that make them money. It might be a consequence of something else. But yeah, we do have a lot of glassworks, like a startling amount of glassworks. That I don't think we really need, to be honest. But, you know, if they build too many glassworks, they'll become unprofitable, and ideally they'll just kind of like close themselves down. but that would be a massive waste of capital. But hey, you can't have capitalism without taking a few L's sometimes, right? Sometimes you make investments and they don't work out, and that's, you know, too bad. Sucks to be that guy, I guess. Anyway, we could use a little bit more. A little bit more wood. It wouldn't be massively profitable, but hey, more wood's more wood. Oh, interesting. Wait a second. Didn't we have some of these owned by Xiao Zhao, and some of them were bought by manor houses in Yangtze? Is that even possible? Can domestic industry buy... Or sorry, can private... Or domestic private... Yeah, okay, whatever. Can those guys buy from foreign private industry? Is that even possible? I mean, it hasn't happened here. Hey, Anna. A few L's. At least a couple. Engine for more iron. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We must industrialize. Homesteading. I could work with that. However, I would prefer to work with that later. When the landowners have less power. Because, yeah, they're still super powerful right now. We'll add support for the time being. And unfortunately, we might have to grab local police force. Just because the Yangban officials are threatening to really cause a problem if time runs out. 15 interest group approval. That's not enough to radicalize them, but it certainly would not be fun. As much as we don't care much for the landowners, having them invest is still economic development. Oops, Monument to the King. I don't think we want to make people more radical. 3% prestige for 5 years, I don't think is worth it. The devout can be a little upset, but we don't really care that much because they'll still give us benefits at 8 approval. With the attitudes of the intelligentsia towards Russia growing more apathetic, their leadership has begun to discuss reassessing the group's support for the Korean-Russian Union. Yeah, here's the thing. We kind of want you to like Russia. We want most of our political interest groups to like Russia. Because we want to be friends with Russia to counterbalance Qing. So you will remain in the Union, actually. As the update added more character to nations like in EU4. I wouldn't say specific country flavor outside of Afghanistan, actually. There is a surprising amount of flavor in Afghanistan. Playing as Afghanistan or playing Russia or Britain. There's the Great Game for Central Asia. And I think even Persia sometimes gets involved in that. Persia is apparently a lot more aggressive or more active as an AI compared to how they used to be. So like now they'll invade more of Afghanistan. They might fight the Ottoman Empire every now and then. Russia is usually more interested in dominating Persia as well. Yeah, so I was gonna say, because you have power blocks, it has added a little bit more flavor to different countries. So, like, Britain is far more imperialist than before. You know, they're gonna try to add people to the Empire, and then because of the tenets that the British Empire has, they have vassalization. And once you get to level 3, you should be, I'm pretty sure, allowed to just subjugate anybody who is in your power block. Which is pretty powerful. You can just spend some cohesion and turn someone into a protectorate, just like that, for free pretty much. Well, you know, it costs a little bit, but pretty powerful being allowed to do that. Also, is it just me, or is there like no music? I have it at 50%, but hold on. There we go. Alright, how's the economy doing? Are we still dominated by Qing? Yup. How bad? 19.4%. Well, hey, at the very least, chat, it's not going up. You see who you are about to sell to when you privatize. Nope, you put it on the market and you say, you want to buy this? Buy it. Anybody who has foreign investment rights in your country, All I've heard is the music of your voice. Okay. Sorry, I was taken aback by that. Where was I? Right, anybody who has foreign investment rights in your country can buy anything that you're wanting to privatize. So obviously that is the capitalists in your own country. Your overlord, if you're in the same market, they're going to have foreign investment rights in your country. Anyone who you grant foreign investment rights to as well. Unfortunately, we probably can't. We can request people to support independence, but Russia is not looking like they're... Ooh, no. No, not at all. They're cautious towards Qing. Okay. Yeah, so we can grant investment rights to different countries, and then their capitalists, or even their nation, actually. You, as a national, like as a government, can directly invest into other countries, and they can be owned by your country. So you can have like a national corporation that owns things in other countries. Pretty much. Great Young saw earthquake. That's kind of bad. Oof. 3,000, but we don't want to have a famine. Especially not in this province. That province is kind of important. Let's try and fix things, but boy, is that expensive. Let's see. The unban officials... Oh, okay. So... This is like the craziest version of I don't know, horseshoe theory or something. It's like the intelligentsia like Russia, because they're like, wow, they got cool art. And the landowners like Russia, because they're like, yo, they got some cool absolutism going on. It's like, okay, alright. Although I guess the intelligentsia aren't really that different right now. Yeah, the intelligentsia aren't exactly going crazy with it. I mean, they're still liberal, anti-clerical, Republican, anti-slavery. So they stand in opposition to a lot of what the landowners want. But they can agree on one thing, and that is that we should be closer with Russia. So it's a good idea to privatize only when you aren't a subject? Not necessarily. The reason we're privatizing as a subject is because even though some of our private industry is going to our overlord, a good part of our private industry also went to our local private sector, and now they have enough investment power or enough money to reinvest in other industries that give them more money to do more reinvestment. We want a strong private sector because if we just get our own national dividends or government dividends, then first of all, we earn like a quarter of what most people do in terms of actual money. And second of all, that money is just going to be taxed at like 30% by Qing. So in other words, if we nationally own things, there's going to be a huge inefficiency in the amount of money that we actually get out of owning those buildings. So even if some of our GDP is owned by Qing, the chance that we could sell to our own private sector and they can start accumulating wealth that is, you know, much more efficient than if we accumulated wealth, it's kind of valuable. Because then the country can build itself without our influence, and Qing can't just tax all of our income. So that's what's important. Like, if we look at the glassworks here, and we see in financial districts, you know, they're earning, let's just say it's 475, right? If they're earning a dividend of 475, that's, you know, divide that by 2 for the financial district itself, and whatever that number is, our government would only receive a quarter of that in dividends, while the financial districts receive 100% of that in dividends. So what we're saying is, like, the more we own nationally, the less efficient our economy building will be. Qing can't tax the money in the investment pool? Precisely. Qing cannot tax any of this money. So all of the private sector money is the most efficient way to build the economy. Like, we would earn... Chat, what is 70% of 25%? What would that be? Somewhere in, like, the... just ballpark guess, like, 18% maybe? Roughly? So, like, if we owned everything nationally, we would be earning 17, 18, something like that? Yeah, we would be earning... like 17% of this number. Of whatever number it's being controlled by, right? So, like, if instead of the financial districts in Yangtze, if we owned these buildings, we would get 17.5% of these dividends. That's the amount of money that we would actually earn off of these dividends. Compared to the financial districts, which are just raking in 100% of these dividends, right? I think it's 100%, or at the very least, it's going to be higher than 17.5, you know? So they have a lot more money to work with when it comes to industrializing. Even if they don't necessarily build the best things, like, you know, do we need to build whaling stations? Not really. So they're not building the best things out there, but they're building things that gives them more money, so eventually, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. Eventually they'll invest in something that's actually useful. Alright, so what's up between these two guys? Royalist, ooh, kind of do like the royalist ideology, because we do like having monarchy, but you're just a general. You're not that important. How good of a general are you? Innovative? It's pretty good. Mountain combat expert? Ooh, that's pretty good. We do have mountains in the north. Kidney stones, tragic. Traditionalist commanders, not terrible. I don't know if we want to have this duel. I mean, could we even hire somebody who isn't? Oh, we could get someone who's devout or armed forces instead of unban officials. Okay, let's let them fight. Because I don't care much for Jingoist either. At least for now. Who dies? Okay, the general died. That's ironic. Okay, that's good, because we can have somebody else become a general. This is literally just political hires. Are they good at their job? Doesn't matter. We need them to not be landowners. Although these guys are pretty much the same, right? They're all open terrain commanders. This guy's ambitious, but we actually don't want that because... Oh, never mind, because he's never... No, that doesn't matter, actually. Let's go with maybe... Let's go with armed forces. Make them a little stronger. Action and reaction as news escapes St. Petersburg of yet another violent crackdown on the Russian labor movement. Outraged members of the trade unions have taken to the streets of Hansong, marching under the banner of the Anti-Russian League. So the trade unions are not going to like Russia very much. But the trade unions are also irrelevant. They have, I think, like no political power. So we actually don't care about them. If they join the Anti-Russian League, we can just ignore them outright. It doesn't matter in the slightest. Although we do have that other interest group in the, yeah, the Devout's also in the Anti-Russian League. Which is... something. Okay, well, the private sector is eventually going to start running out of money a little bit. I think what we're going to do at that point... Well, let's see. We have so much authority, but not much to use it on. I guess what we could do is decide, hey, let's boost up all of our production, actually. That would be a good idea. Let's just focus on really modernizing the country, boosting up pretty much everything. In fact, I might swap you in here. Might change that to manufacturing. And I might want to do the same thing over here. Because right now I think most of our economy is going to be based on manufacturing rather than the few agricultural things we have in here. So that can be manufacturing. We're gonna keep this on agriculture for the time being. Because we might want to increase, well, depends really. Not a whole lot's going on here. Over here, we might want to go with manufacturing until they start building actual resources. Isn't monarchy bad because it's harder to change governments, or did things change? Well, it is kind of bad, but I kind of like the theme that we're going with here. Like, sure, there is a legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility, but I don't think it's nearly as bad as it used to be. If I remember correctly, you would have a penalty that would be like minus 50 for not having the head of state ideology in government, but that's not the case anymore. When you nationalize, do you see how much it sells for, and is it dynamic based on how profitable it is? Each building has a set nationalization price, which I can't really show right now, or not nationalization, privatization. I can't really show that for the time being, because we don't have anything to privatize. When we nationalize, we can choose to nationalize with or without compensation, I think. Right now, I think we're forced to nationalize with compensation, which is probably the same price, if not more expensive. Like, if we wanted to nationalize, we can see that the compensation cost is 600,000, and we can give monetary compensation or we can decide not to. Right? Also, nationally owning buildings costs bureaucracy maintenance, which kind of makes sense, right? Alright, see you later, Nannibal. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, if we have a whole bunch of nationalized industries, then it costs quite a lot. Which is another thing, right? We don't have that much bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is expensive to maintain. So, yeah. Anyway. We might want to reduce the mortality. Let's see. Sang Young Chong, who's in the trade unions, we don't care about your popularity. Mortality is going to be kind of negligible because we don't have a lot of people, but we could make more money. Let's make more money, actually. Whaling boom. Sorry, whales. Oh, actually, wait a second. Don't we make... Yeah, we have a bunch of shipyards. We can actually boost our whaling industries significantly. Whaling fleet. We have fishing trawlers as well. There you go. So now you're actually making some money. Although I'm not exactly sure what you're gonna use the oil for. Pop consumption. Mmm, tasty. Okay, GDP is still going up. That's good. It really is just like a Speed 5 game, though. But hey, look, Qing is now owning less of our economy. It used to be like 20%, but now that the private sector is actually kicking things off, we're not having the worst time. Except, well... See, the thing about some industries is that you do want to keep them nationalized, and that's going to include arms industries. So we might directly purchase arms industries from the capitalists. Maybe, it depends. But we're still keeping taxes low, because one, standard of living is going to decrease for the lower strata. As they move from subsistence to working in factories, the standard of living is going to go down. Until eventually we produce enough things so that it goes back up. Also, the Pops are spending a ridiculous amount of money on opium. Cool, I guess. Yeah, they're not eating the oil. That was a joke. They're not actually eating the oil. No. Yeah, they're using it for heating needs. You can actually check. There's so much information in this game that I don't think a lot of people know about. But you can actually check directly, right? You hover over this and you can see that people use it for their heating needs. And you can look at their heating needs and you can see people are either going to use wood as the default. They can use 1 fabric, which is equivalent to 1 wood, or coal, which is equal to 1.5 wood, or oil, which is equal to 2 wood. Oil is actually the most efficient heating good that Pops will buy. So if Pops can afford to, they would rather use oil, pretty much. So that's why they're spending money on oil, although they can't really afford to, at least not the lower strata. If we go to the upper strata, they're probably going to be the ones surprisingly not spending that much on oil. Well, it is expensive. So that's like a mix between using wood for their heating needs or using oil for their heating needs. Resource boom. Lovely. Ever increasing influence. We can appease the Union. Which will what? Decrease legitimacy? It's only -5, so we're still a righteous government. It's not that bad. There are a few things you will have to build, even if you're going pretty laissez-faire with your economy. And that's going to be stuff like government administration. So we're just going to build one more in here. And actually, let's increase taxation during that moment. Because we're kind of poor. We don't want to go deep into the red. I find especially when you're a puppet, you really, really don't want to spend a whole lot of money on sort of like, what do you call that, deficit spending? You don't really want to build things when you have a deficit because it's really hard to recuperate that deficit because you're giving 30% of your income over to your overlord. So it's really not the easiest thing to come back from. There we go. We have enough bureaucracy to make sure we're still getting as much tax as we can. Although the investment pool looks like it's kind of on course to eventually dry up, which isn't good. Hopefully, by the time we actually reach like 0 in the investment pool, the economy is strong enough to have enough reinvestment to bring it back. How did he get puppeted? You start as a tributary of Qing. And in the new update, the way that diplomacy with subjects work is that the more economically dependent, and a couple of different other things, but, you have pretty much inevitable chance to get puppeted by Qing. I don't think there's a way to not get puppeted by Qing, because you don't start with enough liberty desire to declare independence, and no one's going to support your independence at the start of the game. So you have no avenues to gain independence, and you have no avenues at the beginning to gain autonomy, or to gain liberty desire. So Qing can very easily turn you into a puppet, and I think they always do in the first, 5 or 6 years. We should give all the credit to the industrialists, because we want them to have as much clout as possible. The populist base of the trade unions has turned against supporting foreign entanglements. Pressure from within has led the group to distance themselves from the anti-Russian League. That's good, actually. I mean, we want people to be more in the pro-Russian League just to keep a counterbalance on Qing when we eventually need them. We don't want to piss off Russia too much, because when we need independence, we might have to call in a favor or two. You're telling me that we can farm sheep for heating? I mean, yes. Could we use the opium wars to break free? No, your liberty desire does not increase rapidly enough for that. Does the heating need change with the time of the year? I don't think so. I think it just uses averages. But I mean, I don't know for sure. But I think I'm guessing because of the way that you would want to design game systems, is that you would probably want to have prices relatively stable on an annual basis. So I don't think heating needs necessarily increase during the winter. That's another thing, though, is that heating needs also don't really change between regions, I don't think. So whereas pops living in northern Canada would certainly need more heating needs, just on average, I don't think they actually require more heating needs. I don't think it changes like that either. Alright, Heavenly Kingdom has spawned, but it's a very weak Heavenly Kingdom. They're gonna get crushed super easily. 60 battalions versus 380. They have no chance of winning this. And we are not going to gain enough Liberty Desire from this to be able to do anything. Although the lower Qing supply network is contributing to gaining Liberty Desire, but it simply isn't enough. Right now, we simply have too much of a dependence on Qing. There's pretty much nothing we can do. However, you can see now only 10% of our GDP is owned by Qing. So the private sector is doing quite a decent job at increasing the GDP independent of our overlord. And we also don't have to pay a ridiculous amount of money. I mean, 9.5 to 10,000 pounds still, it's quite a lot to pay. It's 30% of our income. But at least we're not trying to actively build with our pool while also giving it to Qing. The private sector's doing that for us. So yeah, we get called in automatically because, of course, our overlord has puppeted us, but we don't have to do anything. And helping them in wars, by the way, is not going to increase our Liberty Desire. It's not going to help us at all. This isn't Hoi 4. You can't contribute to your overlord's wars to try and buy your independence. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately. At least as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm lying straight to your face. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do that. Oh yay, now we're only at 2.0 instead of 2.4. Yeah, you can see our GDP is actually increasing proportionately to Qing's quite rapidly. Actually, well, that's mostly because Qing's GDP just dropped due to the rebellion, but you can see they don't have a substantial increased curve here. So they haven't really done a whole lot. Compared to us, our economy is starting to actually tick up quite a bit. And actually, you know what? I completely forgot to enact what the landowners wanted. Yeah, sorry about that. That's really unfortunate. Well, they're not too upset about it. And I'm actually happy that I didn't enact local police force, because that would make them too powerful. Anyway, let's try and focus on maybe extracting a little bit more tax from people. Every now and then we can float the investment pool by building something ourselves. But yeah, I think we've been losing income taxes or something over time. I would expect to lose a lot more on poll taxes. So I don't actually know why our taxes aren't decreasing that much. National revenue, well, I don't know. Industrial boom, sounds great. An exile at the gates. Shu Zhuquan. It's a market liberal. Ooh, that could be helpful, actually. No, I don't think we're ready, actually, to have a market liberal. We don't have anything in place for that. Yeah, let's say no, actually. Our country is not ready for all that. Not yet, at least. Oh, okay. I think someone just died. Oh, never mind. The movement for homesteading just ended. Make him leader of the landowners to get off of traditionalism? Was that even possible? Can you decide to make them leader of the... I guess he was landowners, wasn't he? Yeah, you're right about that, actually. Maybe we could have done something. What about corn laws? Well, we can't really do much about that. It's not going to work for us. From farms to factories, we do need... Oh, okay, interesting. Peasants are greater than 60% of the total population, no serfdom, and we need to not have land-based taxation. So maybe we should do something about that. Swapping to per capita would decrease the amount we get, but let's see. It would increase the income tax, increase the consumption rate tax. Never mind, that's the same. Decrease the land tax and increase the per capita tax. Land tax is collected from peasants. Okay, interesting. So it would make peasants richer. And it would make non-peasants poorer. Hmm. Maybe we can try to get this. We need the armed forces in power to attempt that. Oh, but the armed forces are Republican. Can actually exile you for being Republican. Stop that. Are you kidding me? A second... Mr. President, a second Republican. Oh my god. Okay, never mind then. Well, that sucks. Guess we'll have to wait for that guy to die then. Man. See, that's a problem, because I kind of do want to have these guys in, but contested government... I mean, it could be worse. We kind of just need to push that through, don't we? Ah, we have traditionalism. I completely forgot. We can't even push that through. Okay. Can we convince the landowners to go to tradition or agrarianism? We can. If I don't do this, and if I instead go for romanticism next. Yeah. In fact, let's just go for romanticism. This will finish itself up. We can't even really use this. Because we don't have steel. We don't really have furniture manufactories either. Maybe sulfite pulping. It would make paper cheaper. Which would be good for our government administrations. You know what? Yeah, let's finish mechanical tools first. It's only 14 weeks. How's your GDP ownership compared to Qing's? It's doing a lot better than it was a while ago. Now it is... Oh, it actually jumped up a little. Wait, did it? Kind of forgetting now. Well, it used to be higher. It started at 20% and now it's gone down. I mean, Qing does every now and then build something in the country. But for the most part, it is still our capitalists building things. Yeah, it's weird how iron is still expensive. Okay. So one financial district decided to build iron. Which is good, because we need iron. It's expensive, right? But then... Yeah, everything's expensive, which causes more things to be expensive because Qing is sort of leeching off our resources. I think one of the weird things is that the economic entanglement is only pop needs and not industrial needs. Like, we're basically giving tools to Qing. Like, they're buying tools from us. But it's not contributing towards their dependence on us because the pops aren't buying tools. They're buying like porcelain and oil and tobacco and fish and coal and meat and all that stuff. So the tools that we're selling to Qing doesn't really contribute, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. It did go up by a few percent after the Civil War. Oh yeah, there were probably a few financial districts in here that owned stuff in my country. Probably. Anyway, let's try and offset a little bit of what's going on there. I think I don't really want to do this, but I am going to sort of force further industrialization. Actually, I have an idea. Yeah, that's my idea, actually. Steel mills. A steel mill should be able to make everything more efficient. Hopefully we can still, like, export tools to Qing. Like, it's not bad to have a reliable market to export things to. But... oh god, and these guys are upset because of what? Political movement? Standard of living? Oh yeah, it's definitely standard of living. Things are not getting great. And we can't do much to fix that. It's mostly just because the pops are becoming poorer. It's not really that things are becoming that much more expensive. Okay, so someone said replace the current landowners with this guy. You have a second chance to bring him in. That probably is a good idea if you compare him to the regular guy we have. I mean, authoritarian doesn't change much for us. But the main point of swapping this guy out is that we can probably have we can have the landowners be a little less hostile to changing the laws, I think. Anything to get off of traditionalism. Yeah. Let's go for it. I mean, he's gonna start a movement to enact free trade, which I guess is, I mean, it's better than isolationism for sure, but like... alright, let's see. We can grant you command. That's not what we want. Grant leadership. Oh, he's discriminated against. Well, that's GG, I guess. We have state religion and he's Mahayana. Oops. Well, that's not gonna work. We did a whole lot of nothing. Oh well. A government official received many gifts from Byung-si-hung on behalf of the Korean-Russian Union. Well... wait. We can just get him to step down? But we could get so many worse things than authoritarian, right? Do we gamble this? We could get someone who's better, or we could get someone who's so much worse. We gamble. Who do we get instead? Is that another... is that another authoritarian? Nothing changed. It was pointless. Yeah, free trade, that's not gonna happen. Well, I mean, no, 5%, that's not gonna happen. Okay, hold on, we're gonna change the government again. We're gonna go back to righteous government, because we can't use... I mean, we could get professional army, but like, do I care? Actually, I do care. Armed forces attract fewer aristocrats. Peasant levies give more power to the aristocrats. Maybe I do care about professional army, actually. How about we go for that? Wait, did I just radicalize somebody? Nope. Okay, they don't like it, but it's not gonna kill them. Look at that. GDP go burr. We're number 12 economy in the world, by the way. So I think the industrialization process is going well. Slaver landlord, fingers crossed. I think if you start with slavery banned, you don't get the chance to have, well, maybe you can get an exile from somewhere else, but I don't think you can get domestically created, agitators for slavery. Desperate allies, let's see. The proposal for professional army has sat in a deadlock. Lovely. They've advocated for enlisting Xu Xiuquan's assistance to rally the landowners in favor. Okay, that could be kind of goated. Problem is, we hate the landowners. So, I don't know about that. We can actually make you less popular, which is cool. Slander the opposition into oblivion. So based. Okay, this guy will also be less popular, but we get a little bit more progress. We love slander. We love potentially creating up a bunch of lies to make our political opponents seem less favorable. Okay, we have steel. Perfect. Let's go and change this over to steel, which will increase the demand for steel, which will cause people to start working in here. Also, it decreases the demand for iron, which will be replaced by the steel mills. It's not slander if it's against our enemies. True. You're about to go into red. You're right, that probably wouldn't be in our interest, but I don't want to increase taxes. Well, that's going to be okay, because we're just going to finish building these iron mines, and then we're going to move on with our lives. Oh, it's so expensive, man. So expensive. Everything's expensive. We should decrease the shortage now, though. So yeah, this is making us a whole bunch of money. We can see that now the industrialists are like, oh, tooling workshops. Interesting. Those seem to be making money. Also, do we even have sulfur? We really don't have sulfur. Also, tooling workshops should all be set to steel. Except, like, only kind of. Yeah, we're gonna do that and see if it gets really bad in any specific place. Okay, maybe not... Maybe not these guys. You have iron in here, right? You're not even using it. Okay, whatever. Go back to iron. We don't want to cause huge shortages or anything. Okay, investment pool is slowly but steadily getting a little bit more money back into the reinvestment pool. Although it's really, really slow because, again, we have traditionalism, so it's minus 50% contribution efficiency. The economy, while growing, is very sluggish, but it's still working for the time being. Actually, yeah, how far away are we from Romanticism? I think we could maybe swap to agrarianism at least. Anything would be better than traditionalism. Literally anything. Protectionism? Well, I think we're more likely to end up just hopping straight to free trade, given the agitator that we have. Credit where it's due. Let's see. The recent investment in Gyeonggi at our papal mills. Yeah, the Pope's mills. At the paper mill has raised the question, who should get the credit for the boost in production? Well, naturally, we're going to say it's the industrialists because we want them in power. Foreign manifesto for free trade. I actually wouldn't mind doing anything to break our isolationism, even if it requires free trade. You see, like, to start with, I don't think we really want free trade because we want to protect our domestic industries compared to, like, Britain or France or whoever else could just outcompete us. But it's better than isolationism, so I'll take it. A bookkeeper in government administration employed by the Anti-Russian League is under investigation for bribery. Well, let's see. This doesn't seem like it'd be very helpful because we have a lot of legitimacy anyway. So we'll just take this. So yeah, if you look at the amount of national revenue, this increases just from us, like, increasing taxes, I think. Away from lowest taxes. But other than that, we actually aren't getting that much more tax. Our actual revenue is pretty much the same. We're still paying Qing below 10,000 pounds per month. Oh, this is good. This is really, really good, actually. Do we have enough tools for this? Well, we're building tooling workshops, so it should be fine. This is good because it gives us access to... Well, we can just do it for everything. Increase the amount of iron we can produce, which increases the amount of coal we produce, and vice versa, you know, etc., etc. I think I actually want to skyrocket the economy by increasing the throughput, because doing that will make iron incredibly cheap. Incredibly cheap, because now we have massive throughput. So what we're going to do is, I think we might even be able to increase the amount of construction sectors we have, or at the very least, it's going to make investing into more buildings cheap for the private industry, or the private sector. So basically, we just get more investment. Can you set the Qing-owned tool workshops to iron and the Korean-owned workshops to steel? That's a good idea, you're right. We want the more productive ones to be owned by us. See, the problem is, the place that's producing steel, where it would be most efficient to have tooling workshops that use steel, both of these are owned by Qing. We can't nationalize those. So we couldn't even sell them to our own people. I think actually, it might be profitable at this point to do this, and then just very quickly drop in one more steel mill. Maybe let's not change it yet. Maybe you're right, for the time being we can do this. Just for now, you know. Prominent members of the intelligentsia, outspoken supporters of professional army, and close allies of Okchong have been exposed in a corruption scandal. That's not good, because we kind of need that to pass. I think we can manage one setback, but hopefully we don't get a third one. Are you a puppet or dominion? We're a puppet. Because Qing is an unrecognized power, they can't have dominions. You get tributaries and then puppets. Or are we called vassal? Maybe we're not a puppet. I think we might be called a vassal instead. Because Qing is unrecognized. Yeah, we're a vassal, not a puppet, but functionally the same thing. Several prominent supporters of the movement to enact propertied women have approached the government with an ambitious petition to see through their agenda. Okay. I think what we want to focus on is maybe increasing population. Usually I'll wait until later in the game for propertied women, because right now, I can move this, what you get is 5% birth rate, which helps to offset the fact that people die in our jobs very, very easily. You know, dangerous work. We don't really have a healthcare system. We don't really have an anything. So if we want to increase the population continuously, this is probably our best bet towards contributing to that. So I don't necessarily know if we want to do that yet. We don't have to go this crazy into it. I think we're just going to say, actually, petitions are a big no-no right now. Okay, investment pools recuperating a little bit for the time being. Oh, GDP dropped. That's not good. Don't actually know why. Also, let's check this out. How entangled are we? Law debate failed. Yikes. 15.5%. I think that's going down. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, also, when I built this steel mill, I didn't actually privatize it, so I should do that. Please, please let somebody in the country actually purchase this. Please don't sell it to Qing. I really need the domestic private sector to do something with their money. %1 down gaming, let's go. Because yeah, the steel industries are going to end up being pretty profitable. And it was purchased by Qing. Alright then. Cool. That's cool. That's, okay. Okay. Right, anyway, let's actually take a look at the infrastructure in these provinces, because building industry is going to take infrastructure, and I haven't been building any. So we might want to take a look at actually getting sewage? Modern sewage? Ooh, no, we definitely want the Bessemer process. Yeah, I think we want the Bessemer process. And then we can go into sewerage. And then we can go into railways. Maybe you just keep the industries for now. I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, if we sell to Qing, it does strengthen them a little bit. On the other hand, they might be more inclined to reinvest in my country, which would be employment, and employment is good, just for the sake of having employment. And, well, here's the other thing. Actually, no, there is no other thing. It's not great for us, but it's also not necessarily the end of the world. Although it is annoying. China likes stealing your stuff. They do like buying the industries that I'm trying to sell to my, my own private sector. Okay, let's maybe not make the lower strata radical. Let's go with the middle strata, because we don't really have much of a middle strata. Because increasing the relative influence of the industrialists doesn't really matter, because they have such little wealth, or such little clout, that it doesn't really do anything. What do we have? Let's not go with the top one, because that's going to lose us chance. The bottom one will not do that. There we go. Now we have more tooling workshops being built. Let's also advertise that. And then let's go and change this to steel. We have sugar, right? We can definitely improve that. More sugar, we can produce... Well, that'd be kind of expensive still. We would lose money on that. However, it might be worth looking at stuff that we're getting from Qing. So we're getting 0.5 increased, well, I guess, yeah, increased dependence because of the things we're buying from Qing. So this would be a moment where we want to maybe look into producing more grain domestically so that we're less reliant on Qing. Maybe. But that would require quite a bit of government investment. Also, let's just decrease that. Decrease taxes, make people happy, get more investment pool. That would be great, thank you. If you declare war for independence, do they still own your industries? I don't know. But I think so, yes. I think unless you... Actually, yes, you do. And the reason I know that is because there's a specific war goal now that exists. Which is... Let me see if I can find it. Forced nationalization. This forces all of the private investors in whichever country that you're invading with this war goal to hand over ownership to your government. Which means, yes, when you go to war, they still own your stuff. And then one of the war goals is for you to take that stuff back. So surely that means that when you go to war, they keep all of the industry that they have in your country. But still, I think with the rate that our economy is growing, it's still not going to be that bad. So you would probably just add it as a secondary war goal. I don't know how much infamy it adds. I don't know if it's like a big play kind of thing or if it's a small sort of play. See, for us, it would be 13.6 infamy, and it might be dependent on how much of your economy is owned by that country. But at a certain point, yeah, it's not really Qing that owns the stuff either. It is like individuals within Qing that owns the stuff that I have. Individuals own them. Wonder if I can give a good example. Oh, professional army, perfect. That's going to decrease the influence. Oh, wow. The clout of the landowners just took a nosedive. Maybe we could even push to get rid of tenant farmers and go for... that would still radicalize them, so maybe not. I'm actually pretty surprised that the rural folk have so much power. From wealth, interesting. Who's in... Okay, I kind of want to see who's in this. The peasants. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's not average wealth, I guess it's aggregate wealth. Because they do have a significant number of peasants. Oh, I think a lot of them are in Yangsa because we had some events that increased the political activism of pops there. So that increased the political activism of peasants who decided to join the rural folk. Is it preferable that Koreans own it rather than Chinese, or does it matter? It is preferable that it's owned by domestic private industry. Because they will reinvest in our own industry. Whereas these guys might just take the wealth and reinvest in Qing rather than reinvesting in our country. See, we don't really have the ability to purchase buildings in Qing, but Qing can purchase buildings in us. So we know that our capitalists are going to industrialize our economy. And that's pretty useful, you know? Also, look at your Qing. Oh, your Qing. I'm so used to saying Qing. Keep looking, look at your king. Yeah, this guy goes hard as hell. Look at that. Sheesh. Expensive tastes. Yeah, clearly. Look at this guy. Although he is sickly. I mean, he's probably gonna die. At least his child is not sickly. For now, at least. He has that drip. He does kind of have that drip. General's misfired cannon, bruh. Oh. It took me a second to actually read what was going on here. So the general and the politician happened to, you know, get into an affair. No, between his spouse, him and his spouse. It took me a second. I'm like, wait, what? An affair between the general and this guy's wife. Oof, that's crazy. All right. And you are a general who is hated. Yeah, let's probably just make him step down and hire someone else from the armed forces. Let's just go with this guy. Wait, you're wrathful. Hold on. I think I prefer meticulous. Let's go with you. Cause without a rebel. Juquan started publicly remarking that they may give up. Wait, what? Started publicly remarking that they may give up his activism. I think it meant to say that he's giving up his activism. Yeah, because they're using two different in the same sentence, but whatever. Okay. See, here's the thing. We literally can't use him for much. He doesn't have enough influence to enact free trade. We can't get him to own, or we can't get him to control the landowners. So we don't really have a purpose for him. Let's just let him leave, I guess. Business of legislation. Korean-Russian Union wants to do something. Okay. I think we're going to appease the lobby. That's fine, actually. Actually, we do now have a professional government or professional army, so we don't need to have the... these guys, armed forces. We might actually want to look into getting a school, like a religious school, or at least a health system. We should probably get a healthcare system. For that to be financially viable, we're going to need more bureaucracy, though. And in fact, we should build more bureaucracy. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to do. Let's see, you have sulfur. You have some sulfur. I think what I want to do is maybe a combo here where we get some sulfur. We have a little bit of wood already, so we'll just build a paper mill, which will be on sulfite pulping. And then we'll build a second sulfur mine. Oh, actually, no, we just need one. One sulfur mine will give us a total of 40 sulfur. Maybe we do want to, actually. And then we can use that sulfur in all of the paper mills around here. Make that cheaper, and then we can build government administration. So, we have a few things we're going to end up building. The he-they agitator, yeah. The child's already authoritarian, as it should be. Oh yeah, I mean, we don't even have a fleet. Never mind. GDP still go burr, at least. Let's check. Proportionately to Qing, wow, they only have an economy that's 887% stronger than ours. Wow. Only a little bit stronger. Alright, let's create demand for sulfur. Oh, coal's expensive, of course it is. Boy, it sure would be a good idea if anybody wanted to, you know, invest in coal. I think that might be a good idea. How expensive is sulfur over here? Oh, that's not bad, actually. How about we increase sulfite pulping in a second place? Oh, we already have sulfite pulping here. Oh, well, yeah, because it's... Never mind. Plan to get independence soon. I was trying to get independence like the entire time, pretty much. Everything I'm doing is to try and get independence. There is no soon, because there is no decision with independence. Either you have the liberty desire to demand independence, or you don't. And frankly, we're nowhere close. First, we would have to increase our autonomy. We would have to get them to accept that first. And then we would have to further increase our liberty desire to become free. We can't just demand independence. We can't just say, hey, release me. You used to be able to do that. Previous patches or previous updates, not this one. Not anymore. Maybe build some domestic national farms for grain and whatever you're buying from them. I think that's probably a decent idea. Because ultimately we're not going to get a lot of money, and the main point is just to, like, feed the population. We don't need to make a ton of money on rice farms or anything. Although we do have good throughput. Like, significant throughput. Mining incident. Let's just make the middle strata upset, because it's not a lot of people. What is our legitimacy like? You guys are still happy, right? Yeah, you're still happy. Okay, we actually are gonna do this. Because I want the Yangban officials to have more investment pool contribution. They do sometimes purchase some things. Some things that aren't agriculture, sometimes. Also, yeah, you can see Qing is, like, thoroughly investing in us, which is kind of a problem. Like, they are actively trying to increase their control over the economy, and I'm actively trying to stifle their control over the economy. So, yeah, we're having a time. There we go. Coal is still expensive. I think after we build this one government administration, we can fix that. Also, let's just change this because it's not going to be that expensive. We're already paying the wages here. Might as well make it more efficient. anti-factory would do wonders for the Korean economy. What else are you dependent on them for? Well, let's see. We are dependent on them for grain, furniture, luxury clothes, tea, luxury furniture, clothing, and liquor. We can start with grain at least. Well, let's see. I think I mentioned I wanted to maybe increase government administration so we can get healthcare. But also what I want to do is increase the amount of coal that we have. Because for some reason the industrialists want to build a steel mill when we have no coal. So that's not really going to earn them much money. We can invite him back, let's go. You know what? We might as well, because, like, why not? It's not like he's going to do anything. And, we don't really care what you do, actually. Actually, we should build one of these at a time, not both of them. And then we're going to have to sell off the coal mine. Yeah, one of them we sold to a manor house. To privatize that as well. And it immediately was bought up by Jiangxi. Okay, cool. That's neat. Well, it's not the end of the world. Having other people get your dividends, it's not, like, terrible. The main point is, like, if we own things nationally, it also costs us bureaucracy. So, if we say... Oh, let's see. Ooh. The former heir died, yikes. Okay, anyway. If we, for example, decided to build, like, 20 rice farms here, it would cost us 20 bureaucracy to maintain. So... yeah. I might still own them nationally just because we don't want to give more power to landowners. But, yeah. So who's this guy? Ooh, an industrialist prince. Ooh. Ooh, we could work with that. He will lead the country to greatness. Oh, that's gonna be perfect. That is a crazy... like, either that's an insane stroke of luck, or this is all scripted and it's supposed to happen. But if this guy lives, that's crazy. Like, if he becomes king, we're gonna have, like, a Korean golden era. Also, yeah, things are not looking great for the population. Maybe we should toss them a few token concessions like, I don't know, building rice farms or something. They don't generally take a while to build. So, 15 months, that's not bad. The simple jingoist joy of waging an industrialized war. Yeah, now that's a kid who knows how to manufacture. If that kid were born today, he would be an expert at Factorio. Alright, let's get a little bit more steel going. The Bessemer process uses the same amount of coal, but increases the amount of iron used, which is perfect because we have iron, not a lot of coal. Lower productivity is not a big deal because we can surely find something to spend steel on. Like more tools, probably. I'm sure the industrialists are going to be like, oh, we can build tools. That works for us. But, yeah, we should definitely have a slightly fixed grain situation. But, like, not really. The grain is going to be solved for this province, and then every other province has the same grain access as every other part of Qing. Which is kind of annoying. I wish we had, you know, some kind of maybe proximity-based for land trade. I feel like Yeongnam shouldn't have the same price of grain as, like, you know, Qinghai. I feel like the grain that comes from this province shouldn't be equal price here and here, you know, but it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, we don't really care what the trade unions do. They have such little influence. Cyclone, lovely. Okay, let's spend money to reduce devastation, and let's maybe increase taxes a little bit. At least until we're done building these. Some of them would like to have clothes on. I don't know, I feel like clothes are more of a luxury. I think the peasants should expect to eat and nothing else. Could be researching fertilizer. True enough, right now I'm researching sewage so I can get a quick little boost to the infrastructure in this province. Because it is industrializing rapidly beyond its infrastructure capacity soon. Yeah, so we can see that... Oh, hold on a second. Why do I have nationally owned paper mills? You should not be nationally owned. And what else is nationally owned? The iron mines? Yeah, right. Let's privatize that as well. I think we're gonna keep these as non-privatized. The rice farms. We're gonna keep those as nationally owned, I think. They do make a decent amount of money, and it's not like they're super expensive to build either. Peasants shouldn't expect to eat, they should toil the fields and praise their superiors. True. The peasants actually shouldn't expect anything except to work. See, there we go. Now we're making a little bit more grain. Now this province can actually somewhat export grain to other provinces, but, like, let's be honest, it's mainly going to Qing, which is sort of a problem. But hey, at least we're making some kind of money. And we gave the investment pool a slight respite so they could recuperate some money. So yeah, Qing, industrializing. It's been a whole 2.5 hours of staring at one part of the map and just looking at number go up. This is peak gameplay. Mining accident, yeah, the middle strata can be a little upset because that's like 7 people in total. We don't care about that very much. Ooh, you would resign and you're authoritarian. Do we want to gamble again, see if we get somebody who could be better than authoritarian? It's super unlikely. I think what we're going to end up with is either another authoritarian or somebody who's like... probably traditionalist. But hey, we gamble. We love gambling. And you... Ooh! This is why I gamble, baby. I love gambling. A market liberal for the landowners is insane. We are so back, baby. Straight to interventionism. We're so back. We're so back. The economy is about to skyrocket. This is why you gamble. It couldn't get any worse, to be honest. And 90% of gamblers stop before getting a market liberal in charge of the landowners. Huge. Because guess what, chat? Once we're off of traditionalism, we are going to double the investment pool contribution efficiency. Right now, we've been at minus 50% for the entire game so far. So So going from minus 50% to normal amount, that's crazy. Plus also higher private construction allocation, also higher government dividend efficiency, meaning that the dividends that we're getting here are going to be doubled as well. Not that they're worth much. You know, still we want predominantly ownership by the private sector for the time being. What is leverage resistance? I'm pretty sure it has to do with the power blocks. So, ooh, I don't know what kind of texture error that is, but anyway. Let's go somewhere else maybe. There is a little bit of resistance. I'm trying to find who would be the best example. Maybe we just go to one of these. Yeah, here we go. So we can look at Mexico and say like, okay, how much leverage is in here? Leverage is calculated from a bunch of different things. So, Mexico has a certain amount of leverage, the Grand Coalition has a certain amount of leverage, and Rossiyskaya Imperia also has a certain amount of leverage. Mexico will eventually have their own leverage, and that is their leverage resistance, I'm pretty sure. So what it looks like to me is that Mexico is pretty much sold and bought by the great powers right now. I don't know what predicted leverage actually means in this case. It says the predicted leverage is that the Grand Coalition is going to lose all of their leverage. But I don't know why that is. Yeah, I'm not super familiar on all of the block mechanics yet. But leverage allows you to influence countries into your block or out of your block. Also, surprising, Mexico not dead yet? In 1862? I've found that America is extremely weak in this patch. Not like obsessed, not like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like too much. They're not pathetic. But they certainly don't fight Mexico for the Western territories nearly as early or as effectively. They don't maintain a standing army that's as large as they used to, I don't think. Didn't they used to have like triple the army in the previous patch? Yeah. So like, United States right now, Abe Lincoln right there. Plantation economy. Oh wait, they got slavery banned without the Civil War? That's crazy. Oh, good for them. Alright. Well, yeah, so they don't have much of an army compared to, like, last patch, and Mexico tends to not necessarily, like, stand their ground against America, but I find that they sort of last longer before they get killed, or sometimes, actually, I've seen in America develop so weak that they started losing to the, unorganized tribes. Or what do they call them? Decentralized countries, these ones. I've seen them start losing. Like, I think Great Sioux is over here or something, and they just started, like, annexing territories from America. It was super funny. OPB had the opposite, a US that took over a lot of Mexico. Think you need more data before making a call like that? Maybe. You know, I've only done like 4 or 5 runs. So like, when I look at the America that I've had in my runs most of the time, they've been weak so far. So what we might be looking at is more like a greater variety, or maybe I'm just getting insanely lucky with the US being weak like 5 out of 5 games that I've played so far in this update. Who knows? Sponsored videos show the US doing horribly except for Ludi's. Yeah, well, the update's gonna be out tomorrow, so you guys can fact check that at your leisure. Probably kick the armed forces for more legitimacy. Possibly. Could even replace them with the petit bourgeoisie. But what do you want? Oh right, I forgot. You're reactionary, so you don't want anything that's in our interest. Except for per capita, you actually do want per capita taxation, which is what we want. The armed forces also want that. Like, I want per capita, they want per capita. You could keep the armed forces in for per capita. I mean... Yeah, you know what? We can move things around. We can do this, which will make people a little bit more upset, but it'll pass this law much faster. Because now it's minus 25%. Yeah, per capita now actually gives us positive income. Like, this would be the time for us to change to per capita, I think. Although, yeah, the standard of living certainly is not going up. I think most people are just interested in building what makes the most money, and selling to the rest of the population doesn't. Well, here's the thing. If we keep ourselves on low taxation, we're still only... sorry, not low taxation. Land-based taxation. We're only taxing peasants. So sure, we're going to gain less money over time. But that is still going to increase the standard of living in theory. Like, as opposed to, if we go to per capita taxation, the standard of living is going to plummet even further. Because now we're taxing people who normally aren't being taxed so much right now. Like, what I really like about this is that we can go to a census data thing. We can actually check out a bunch of information. Also, I should have moved chat like a while ago. Actually, is it fine to have chat in that position? You know what? Chat can be moved slightly to the right. There you go. Okay. So, if we go back to our census data, I want to see how much are people being taxed. Is that even something we can look at? Wealth is increasing or wealth is decreasing. Ooh. Okay, so if we look at our standard of living, we go to all of our pops. Yeah, all of our pops. It's not showing me peasants. Could you please show me peasants? I would like to see if their standard of living is going down. Although I guess that's because it isn't going down, right? We go to all, or it's not going up rather. If we go to all, we can see like who's actually getting money, people who are being hired. So they are not doing so bad, really. Shopkeepers, laborers. Whose wealth is going down, actually? Oh no, there are a lot of laborers. Hold on. I want to see who's poor. Who's like super poor right now. Let's actually go by profession. I want to see. We scroll over to peasants. Farmers? No, peasants. I think I passed them. There we go. Okay, peasants. Yeah, they're kind of struggling. A little bit. Whose wealth is decreasing? Okay, officers, unemployed. Yeah, unemployed, it makes sense. Is it really just mostly unemployed laborers? I guess they would be. That's like a lot of unemployed laborers. Why are you like this? Why are you losing money? What's wrong with you? Why are you starving? Because that's a significant number of people, like 830,000 laborers in Yangho that are unemployed and starving. And why are you unemployed exactly? Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Okay, we might maybe not want to do this. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. So each of these... Ooh, I understand what's going on now. No, it's the population, it's going up. It's going up and that's bad for us, actually. We have unemployed people because the population is outpacing industrialization. We are increasing the population more than we're increasing jobs. So we have a bunch of unemployed people. Because we don't have enough arable land to put the unemployed people on, and we don't have enough jobs to employ all these people. So, like, yeah, interventionism is going to solve a bunch of problems. One, it's going to increase the standard of living, because, you know, if we get more investment, we can increase the number of buildings we have, so, you know, we can start employing more people. There we go, intensive agriculture, that's nice. In fact, I think I'm going to encourage something from the market by changing... Well, first let's do this, because this gives us some fertilizer. And the reason I want to do this, even though it's going to be more expensive, might even lead to shortages. Yeah, that's because I kind of want... Let's not do that here then. I kind of want the industrialists to be like, oh, we have demand for fertilizer, let's go build fertilizer things. But we're gonna have that in like a small way. Where we just have the one part that's doing it here. In fact, just for the time being, we might even want to import a little bit. Just so we don't have a shortage, or at least as much of a shortage. Maybe even import a little bit more from Burma, I guess. Maybe not from Burma? I don't know. Maybe instead of going... Ooh, actually, that's not that bad. Because we are the ones eating any losses that we're going to make here, so it's not a big deal. Anyway, yeah, look at that investment pool. That's juicy. That's a lot more money. So we should build more construction. I'd even build 2 more construction sectors. Go into debt to build construction, to build more jobs, easy. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Now that we have interventionism, and then if we go over to... Well, we do want to get rid of isolationism. But I think before we do that, I mean, we could even go to landed voting, but that's going to make the aristocrats... Well, they already have more power, actually. Maybe we should go with landed voting. Maybe. Well, for now, we want to change our taxation laws. So to do that, we're going to need to bring in either the rural folk, petit bourgeoisie, intelligentsia, armed forces, or industrialists. And I think the easiest for us would either be armed forces or petit bourgeoisie. Let's go with the petit bourgeoisie. I think they might have a few other laws we want to enact, which the armed forces don't really do much for. Like, yeah, we do want dedicated police force, which the petit bourgeoisie also want, so we'll just bring them in for that. And then we're going to swap over to per capita taxation. Because doing that is going to give us farms to factories. I'm not sure what this does, but it seems like it'd be interesting enough. Also, I'm going to quickly use the washroom, so give me 1 second. And we exist. We're back. Main thing I always find difficult with Victoria is trying to balance the economy. Desperately try to make desperately try and to make things you buy cheap and things you sell expensive. Yeah. That's basically the idea. But it's also about, like, standard of living. Like, you want your population, like, you want to have some kind of a consumer base in your country as well. Alright. How are we looking for economic entanglement? They own 17% of the economy. Still, that could be a lot worse, and it's going to decrease drastically when we increase the amount of... Oh, that is an insane investment pool. Well, it's because we're still building things, that's why. There we go. So now we have 40 construction. We should be able to hopefully outbuild anything that Qing's going to build. Oh, social banditry. Oof, okay. The people of Yeongnam tell the story of a highwayman who robs from the rich and gives to the poor. The legend is spreading quickly throughout Joseon, damaging support for the per capita taxation. So we could reduce... Ooh, that would be a problem for us, but I think either way it's looking like a problem for us. Let's maybe not radicalize a quarter of the lower strata in Yeongnam. Let's maybe not do that. How about we try to increase the standard of living in Yeongnam? We're gonna have to reset the bill. Now, as for a company, I've seen a few different philosophies on how you should build companies. I think the idea is if you want to have a strong company, then everything in that company should be nationally owned or something like that. Which kind of makes sense. And then there's the other philosophy, which is you just build whatever gives you, you know, the most important thing and also a decent bonus at 100 prosperity. Like, forestry is really good for that because wood gives you money like no other. Wood gives you, like, insane money. It's really easy to build. It has, like, a high margin of revenue. And also, if you go with the company, then you gain increased maximum infrastructure from population and increased infrastructure. It means we don't have to invest in, like, building railways yet. Railways get so much more complicated when, like, you kind of want to subsidize them. Sometimes they also get owned by other people, and you kind of don't want that, so, like, it's... Yeah, I think we do want to go with the forestry producers, just because you make so much money off of wood. And then what we could do, if we really wanted to, is just have the state build a whole bunch of wood, and then not nationalize those, or not privatize those, rather. In fact, we could even nationalize them. I think it would make us a decent amount of money. Or we could privatize them to really, like, inject money into the economy for more investment. Like, that's perfectly valid as well. In fact, we might do that, now that I think about it. What about hardwood? Not worth a whole lot. Okay. Okay, so who is building a whole lot of resource things? I think this is the resource focus. Oh, but you have a problem with infrastructure. Right. Well, we can build a port to fix that. That's kind of it. Until eventually the forestry gets up to 100 prosperity, and it should solve that. Yeah, we need to rewrite the bill, that's fine. You're petitioning the government for local police force, man. You really, really want local police force. How much clout do you have? How bad would that be? Really not great for us. Okay, well, maybe we can use this actually as an opportunity. Maybe we can sort of bargain with them. We can give them local police force in exchange for Homesteading or commercialized agriculture actually would be even better, but we don't have mutual funds yet. So at least homesteading. I think we could make that kind of an arrangement. We can just kind of bargain with them to swap things out. Okay, we can do that. You're just about breaking the capitalists. This will re-strengthen them. We're not trying to break the capitalists, we're trying to break the landowners. Social banditry again? But in Yangho, okay. This is getting kind of difficult. Because, like, yeah, we are artificially increasing the standard of living, but it's decreasing taxes, and it's also creating more problems, because we have to keep rewriting the bill. Actually, it's quite likely that the private sector is probably going to want to build a lot of logging camps now, because it's really easy to build them. Like, they have plus 40% construction efficiency for building logging camps. So they're really, really cheap to build now. And they also have, like, a high margin for revenue. And you're not making this easy on me. Reduced income tax. How much are we making off income tax? Almost nothing? Okay, fine, you can get a tax cut. Because we make nothing on income tax anyway. We do not want a presidential republic, because that's just the theme that we're going with. You're Republican. Oh, you're cringe. Let's remove support. Oh, you have, like, no support. Let's just not radicalize them. It's fine. Well, it looks to me like the investment pool could use maybe another construction sector, maybe? Or two. Time to do hardcore industrialization. We're the number 10 economy in the world, by the way. Really not that bad. There we go. Now we have modern sewerage, which is going to give us even more infrastructure. We don't have to worry about railways yet. Like, the thing about railways is that, like, if you use them for infrastructure, then you have to subsidize them if you don't use them for transportation. Because they're not going to be profitable enough, but you still need the infrastructure. But we don't want to use transportation, or we don't want to generate that much transportation, because the only way to, like, have people use more transportation is to, like, not that necessarily, but, like, if you go, like, plantations, add rail transportation, which decreases employment, which is bad because we need to employ people. We have to employ people. We have too many unemployed people. They're literally starving. And we don't have enough money to have something like poor laws or welfare. Like, we're so broke, we have no economy to pull from. Yeah, it's not great. You can try to conquer Transvaal, except that we're not independent, so... Not really. We can't conquer anybody. And yeah, another social banditry. We just have to try and relieve poverty. I think the reason this event is firing so often is that we just have so much poverty, and we have to try and not have poverty. But, easier said than done. We're simultaneously trying to grow the population so that we have something to work with, but also we don't want to have too many unemployed people. So, we just have poverty right now. Death and taxes. Oh my god, he's dead. Well, that sucks. Let's go with this. That's fine. It'll take a little longer, but at least it has a higher chance of succeeding. Okay, we're losing money because of probably wages. Yeah, because we keep building government administration, or not administration, we keep building construction sectors, and we pay for the wages. These material expenses, we're not actually paying for them. It's the investment pool that's paying for them. But we are paying for the wages, so... What we should do is get more government administration, especially in this area, because a good part of our GDP is wrapped up in this one province. Farming boom, lovely. Looking forward to the radicals from the decrease in standard of living after those modifiers. Yeah, seriously. Like, we're kind of going into the red, which sucks. I don't want to increase taxes right now. I think what I want to do is wait until this is done, and if possible, actually decrease taxes. Because having reduced radicals from standard of living decrease is going to be important in like 1 more year or something. But yeah, you know, easier said than done. We are still in the red right now, which is kind of a problem. I might even decrease government wages temporarily. Maybe even military... maybe not military wages. Or I could tax somebody. Who would I tax? Rich people? I do have a lot of money nowadays. Let's tax services. Services are kind of across the board. No one pop type necessarily consumes services more than the others. It's just whatever they have money for. The thing is, I don't really want to tax people. I want to have consumers, which need money, to buy things. Because anything that gets involved with the government, a lot of that money is just going to go to Qing through the diplomatic pact. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe when per capita taxation kicks in. Yeah, we'll make just enough money to counteract the red. But the economy is still going up. It's gonna reach levels close to Japan soon. Whoa. Who are you? I mean, I do want you to be unpopular, but I don't want to lose 15% chance. 10% would make us lose bureaucracy, which will make us lose more money temporarily. But I guess it's not the end of the world. We can build 1 more of these, even though it's not going to be great for the old deficit, but... Let's see, did I actually pick up banking? I did. I should get central banking, actually. That'll reduce the loan interest rate. Actually, what I need is this, and I need that, and I need that. Yeah, that's what we need for now. Maybe even dialectics? No. We literally can't afford to have education. Oh, of course, okay. Back down to number 11, apparently. Because of Spain. Well, you know what? If we have an economy as large as Spain, I think I can be happy about that. You know, I'm not particularly complaining about Spain having the same economy size as us. You know, this isn't actually all that bad. As much as we're not independent and we can't, like, invade people, we are still kind of protected by Qing. It's not like, you know, the Western powers are coming to us asking to get trade ports in our country. So, in a way, having the protection of Qing isn't terrible. Oh, I could request that Japan supports our independence. That's interesting. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, you know what? Let's say yes to that. I don't know if that'll help increase our liberty desire or anything, but maybe. Yeah, Republican agitator, please leave. Thank you. Devout scandal. You are jingoist, or you can become less popular. I think I'd rather jingoist than possibly traditionalist. Devout can lose a bit of influence. I don't think we want to decrease legitimacy. So we do have a righteous government right now. You guys are fine. Get Russia. I mean, if I could, I would get Russia. Easier said than done. Yeah, they're still cautious towards Qing. Russia's economy is slowly but steadily increasing. It actually is the number 3 in the world. Maybe it's just me, but it feels like these economies are like severely less developed than they usually are in last patch. But it hasn't even been like 30 years yet, so. Okay, Liberty Desire. Apparently having people support your independence doesn't do anything for you? Okay. I guess we'll just decrease relations with Qing. Maybe that'll increase our Liberty Desire. Can I please pass this law, actually? It's been like 3 years or something. I might temporarily increase taxation just for like a few weeks. I want to clear some of my credit. At least for a bit. Like if we get the interest down to like 3,000, maybe I can live with that. Can you boost relations with them? Russia? No, we're already at max relations. We're at amicable and they are protective of us. So in theory, they would help us with getting independence at some point. Official nationality. Okay, so here's the thing. This doesn't influence too much. Actually, I think we just want to go with King. The problem is that, you know, he becomes more popular, but it also gives the landowners... Wait, no, we like the landowners right now, because you have a market liberal in charge. Okay, you're fine for the time being. Yeah, that's fine. Although we could make people more loyalist. 5% of the population becomes loyalist. No, we can just roleplay this. I think this decision isn't impactful enough to care. Or for me to care about it, really. We'll just take the top option, because the idea behind this run is, what if Korea modernized their monarchy and did, like, empire thing, like Europe? Sort of. Although it seems so far that our interest is sort of localized to Russia, but... We're not going to try and mimic the Russian model of monarchy, because, you know, historically that didn't go down so well. Okay, lovely. We need to pass the law, so... we'll do whatever we can. 2 setbacks, still an introduction phase. Yeah. Hey, back in the number 10 spot, GDP per capita, we're number 100. Lanfang has a better GDP per capita. We have so many unemployed people, it's not even funny. We are like broke, you know? Actually, here's an idea. Because it seems like these are starting to expire. Hey, debate success, yippee. Yeah, it kind of seems like these things are starting to expire, which is going to massively increase the amount of radicalism. Which would be not good. I think it's time to remove legal guardianship. Like, the thing is, I still want a larger population, though. Like, that's the problem. We have unemployed people, but I think with how quickly the economy is starting to grow, we should be able to fix that. Yeah, let's get the farmers some credit. Banfang is really high standard of living because of gold mines. Oh, that's true. You do have gold mines, don't you? They're not even using them. Okay, anyway. What are the chances of stalls? 33. Because the Yangban officials oppose this. And they're still pretty influential. Wait, it is Shu Zhuquan. He actually did manage to get in charge, even though he's Hakka. Which is interesting, because Hakka is actually... it's actually the Lanfang culture, isn't it? Yeah, your culture is Hakka. Oh, okay, but Hakka is also down here, never mind. Success? Okay, 36% chance. It's something. I'm not actually sure what these little, like, cycles are. Oh, it might be whenever I'm building something? I'm not sure. Weird. Also, even weirder that we're actually making money right now. Oh, right, because, I was giving them tax cuts previously, that's why. Okay, let's not touch that for a while. Although I might still build another government administration. Wait, do I even need railways right now? Hold on. Do I want railways? I can't think of a good reason to have railways. Other than maybe making some money off of transportation, but like... we would have to build a motors industry, and we would have to increase steel production, all for that. We don't really need the infrastructure, because we just got a massive bonus. Oh, actually, maybe we do need the infrastructure. Not in any of these places, literally just here. Let's check again on our independence. 17.8%. They are thoroughly investing. Come on, really? We have to do corruption just to pass this? I mean, at least for that consideration, it's progress, kind of. Okay, how many unemployed people do we have, actually? 500,000. Well, hey, I'm pretty sure it was at like 550,000. I think we're reducing unemployment. Yo. Mysterious and secret political gamble? We might have to take it. When asked for details, he smiles coyly, refusing to elaborate. We love gambling. Gamble? Yo, gambling time? Gambling time? Okay, we'll figure out what that does. Yi Gyu becomes employed. Who are you? No, I exiled you. Stop that. Leave. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, you can join the anti-Russian League. Who cares? Gamble, 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 gamble. Ah, it's over. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Actually, that's kind of cool for us. Disastrous, but it's actually really good for us because it decreases the political power of the landowners. Like, listen, the landowners may have accidentally done a good thing for the past few years, but that's not going to be permanent. Oh my god, please let me pass this law. Please. Oh god, visual errors. Nice. Please, sir, please do not demand anything from me. Please, Mr. Britain. Bureaucracy hell. Yeah, literally. Well, at least the industrialists could, if they wanted to, start building things. Like, you know, industry. Motor industry. Things are going okay so far, at least. Unemployment is going down. We like to see that. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Ching backs down. Okay, good, because that's like none of my business. Hong Kong 2.0. They liked it so much they wanted a second one. And okay. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. That was like pulling teeth. That was so painful. That was horrible. Okay, well, let's go with something else, like protectionism, maybe? Or actually, no. It took 5 years to fail in that legislature. We can't even pass this in 4 months. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of trickery. We're going to go for dedicated police force, which isn't what they wanted, but they still kind of like it. So, when this times out, at least they're not going to, you know... They're not going to be that upset, really. Landed voting? No, the landowners still have too much power. Wait a second. Being monarchy with autocracy is giving them more power. Maybe I should go with landed voting. Okay, well, we'll do that after this. To make that work, though, well, first of all, we need to increase taxation. Second of all, we need to build more of these. Because if we're going to have police, we're going to need to have bureaucracy. Perfect, we love that. That works, actually, yeah. Contentious topics. Okay. Yeah, we're spending money. We need to increase taxes for now. Duel between... Oh, no. No duel. No duel. Not between you two. Political migration. Uh-oh. And no, you should not stop that. Somebody has to, like, keep this guy from getting back into the country. Because, like, he keeps trying to join, but, like, you're not invited, man. You need to, like, leave permanently. Use of weapons. Ooh, pro-country British. Yes, let's be friends with the British, please. I think that would be a great idea. In fact, if we want to, I don't know, grant them investment rights, that would be not a bad idea either. Yeah, actually, how expensive is it going to be? 221 for one level of police? Uh-oh. That's expensive. Closed borders to Yigu specifically. Yeah, that one guy is banned from the country. Yeah, there's so many trade union events, but they have no power, so it's meaningless. Like, oh yeah, you're unhappy? That's too bad. You have 0.6% clout, idiot. Like, what are you gonna do? Actually, would you support independence? No. Would you actually... Ooh, you can fight Qing. You can actually fight and win. Would you support my independence? No. Why? Why are you like this? You don't care about the movement to support no police. Ooh, okay. Maybe not that one. 50% chance of good, 50% chance of bad. 100% chance of bad. How about we gamble? I love gambling. Let's go! Okay, I hate how much I'm spending just to get this enacted. But that'd be somewhat necessary. Maybe. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at our trade routes. We don't need that. Actually, do we produce any fertilizer? Nope, it's all from livestock ranches. Okay, could we maybe produce fertilizer, please? Nope, because, wait, no, we should be able to produce fertilizer. It's iron and sulfur. We have iron and sulfur right here. It would be like the easiest thing to produce, but I don't want to produce it because I'm already spending too much money. Also, don't I have things to sell off? Never mind. 99% of gamblers quit before they win big. True. Do I want you to have more interest group attraction? Maybe. Treasury bonds. Ooh, reduced loan interest rate. That's kind of pog. I don't really like the petit bourgeoisie so much because they tend to be like giga racist. And that kind of hampers a few things. But they do endorse the monarchy. Or maybe I want prestige. No. Higher prestige wouldn't do anything for us. Okay, let's just go with the success chance, even though it's already so high. Yeah, I think that should be enough government administration. Did that instantly get... They hire everybody in a single day there? That's crazy. Okay, we're losing a little bit of money right now. Ooh, and that's bad actually, because we have pretty high taxation. Jingoist? Ooh, yes. Industrialists, more power. We literally don't care. You will remain in the Union, thank you. It could be useful until it's time to learn about human rights, maybe? Yeah, maybe, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we keep them around because they also want dedicated police force. Just like that. And also because they want, what else was it? Per capita taxation. But I might... I mean, if I can, I might change to landed voting. There's not a lot of opposition to landed voting. And it's completely possible that the Yangban officials could change their mind, and they could be opposed to landed voting. So we need either the industrialists, intelligentsia, or trade unions in the government. And frankly, that's just not really gonna happen. The prince is 16. Can we get the king to abdicate? No. Because we either need the Yangban officials to be marginalized, his popularity needs to decrease, he needs a psychological affliction, he needs to be older than 75. Well, first of all, the heir needs to be 18. If we could get some group to become insurrectionary in 2 years, we could probably force the king to step down. Because he's traditionalist, part of the Yangban officials, and this guy is jingoist, part of the industrialists. So having him in power as early as possible is going to be really good for us. Also, I think it may be time for us to put a tax on services, because I desperately need to reduce a lot of that interest. Like, get it down to maybe minus 5,000, and then we'll get rid of that. So, like, yeah, the population's gonna suffer, but they've been suffering the entire game. It doesn't matter. Time to piss off the poor people? It's always time to piss off the poor people. It is what it is. The economy must grow. It's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We are at least still back in the number 10 spot. Soon we're going to outpace the Japanese shogunate, actually. And they have a population of 36 million. I mean, our population's been growing, I think, faster because we have slightly better standard of living. Not by a lot, but slightly. Please don't hurt the Yangbang officials. The rich people live very hard lives, yeah. I'm sure them, with their wealthy standard of living, are living terrible lives. Japan also doesn't get scammed with overlord taxes. True. Yeah, we're just goated like that. That's why we're perfectly fine and they're not fine. That's why our economy is growing. Actually, no, it's the opposite. Well, it's sort of like a give and take relationship. They take money and I have a market to sell things to. Let's see. No, we will not exile you, actually. We really need you to stay here. The duel between... Nope. Any duel between Shu, Jiuquan, and anybody is not happening, because we need that guy to live. Ooh, let's maybe upset the Korean British Society a little bit, because that's a lot of loyalists that I want to have. To take your resources and give you money. Exactly. I think we call that, purchasing, but, you know. We have so many unrealized taxes. We just can't collect all of them yet. We simply do not have the bureaucracy. But we will, I think, after Central Archives. Although, we're also going to need double the amount of paper. We might have to incrementally increase our bureaucracy. Could you expand the political lobbies menu? Political lobbies menu. Yeah, that's over here. I mean, that's as expanded as it's going to get. We have the Korean-Russian Union, made of the landowners and intelligentsia. Devout and trade unions oppose Russia, and the armed forces prefer Britain. Don't you snark me when you misread my comment, did I? They take your resources and you give them money. Oh, my bad. You're right. My illiteracy has ruined another good chat interaction. The private sector should manually expand paper if it becomes expensive. In theory. You know, typically speaking, they do that. Sometimes. Oh, you know what's really funny also is that fine art is like the easiest thing to become one of the leading producers of at the beginning of the game, and it gives you like 60 prestige. I watched that one OPB video. What do political lobbies even do? Well, for the most part, they just cause events to happen. And those events, well, it's a few things, right? Doing certain things will make them happy or upset. It directly increases the approval, or, you know, decreases the approval of these interest groups that are involved. They will sometimes bring up events about these countries that involves, like, increasing relations. They can sometimes make it easier for you to get diplomatic pacts as well. So if you have, like, let's say, so we have our Korean-British society, right? If we become independent, they might also try to help us get an alliance with Britain. Or, like, they might help us try to, like, give them investment rights or something. In fact, since I don't have any law being enacted, I should swap over to, I think protectionism would be ideal for us. Because I think that would allow us to open investment to Britain, unless there's a second secret check that's preventing this from happening. Or maybe not Britain. I thought they would say yes. Maybe that changed recently. If I wanted to grant investment rights, yeah, never mind. Britain would say no. You can fund lobbies in the Sikh Empire. Okay. Britain is actually not opposed to maybe helping me, but... Interesting. Yeah, base reluctance at it again. Is Japan still supporting your independence? I think so. We are cordial, which is an increase in relations. So I figure it's still happening. Nope, never mind. I guess they got rid of that. They did, and then they stopped. Okay, well, let's keep improving relations for now. Rural folk, do we care that much? They have neutral approval. Okay. Compromise is a tool of the week. Okay, somebody doesn't want this bill to be passed. Let's maybe not take the nuclear option. Let's compromise, because we need that to pass. Donation of knowledge. Ooh, see, the thing is... Okay, we're gonna say yes, but universities are kind of expensive to maintain. That's why I haven't been building them. Do we need legitimacy? We could use just enough legitimacy to become a legitimate government. Oh, is Shuju Kwan dead? Okay, well at least we have somebody else who isn't terrible. He's protectionist. We can live with that. Grassroots support, huge. Ooh, or 20% in Yeongnam. 20% of the population is an enormous number of loyalists. That's tough. It's lower strata, which makes up like 90% of the population or something. Yeah, you know what? I think I might take this. Because generally speaking, the standard of living is not going to be getting that much better. So, yeah. Okay, who did this? Who built the railways before building the engines? Who was it? You. You know what? I'm not subsidizing that. Are you crazy? I'm not subsidizing that. Are you insane? Hell no. Just, perish or something. I don't know. Not my problem. Okay, let's get rid of these. Wait, how bad is that? How much do I make off that? Okay, we'll get rid of that. That's fine. How do you become a recognized power? Okay, there are actually new ways to do that. It does not work the same way that it used to. Unfortunately, you can no longer, as Japan, occupy Alaska and get recognition. It doesn't work like that anymore. Instead, There are a few different ways of doing that. I think you can still demand it, maybe. But generally speaking, there is an event chain for it. And I don't remember how to get that event chain. There's something in here at some point that allows you to become recognized. If you're the subject of a recognized power, then you can yourself become recognized as well. Through some event chain that I don't remember. You're kind of disliked. Let's not worry about that. I think what I want to do next is probably swap over to landed voting if possible. Well, no, we can't. We definitely want to swap taxation. That's what we want to do. Those 50-50 rolls are hating you, I know. Well, they're not so bad. We got a couple of decent events. Okay, we're making kind of money again. We're gonna stick to this level of taxation for the time being. The economy is still doing well, though. Getting pretty close to the Japanese shogunate. Although, you know, it has been like 30-something years. We're not quite halfway into the game, but like, yeah. Playing as Joseon, a bit of a waiting game, unless someone's gonna figure out a way to play Joseon that's better than I have. It's a low bar, though. You exist as tributary, and then you have no choice but to become a puppet, and then you just kind of sit there. Allow the private sector to build up your economy until eventually you're strong enough to throw Qing off your back. They do still own 17.5% of our GDP. However, you can see that this is decreasing. This percentage here started as like 1,000%. And now it's not nearly that bad. There is some merit to the British system. Yeah, you know what? It makes sense for the industrialists to be flocking to the pro-British societies. Yeah, you know, they're kind of doing the whole industrialism thing pretty well. Also, German Empire, that's kind of disgusting. Why do you own this? Okay, anyway. Oh, let's go. It seems like they're at war against France. Oh, it's the unification play, I see. You know what I've seen a few too many times in this game is that sometimes Britain will just annex some random part of Canada, and I hate it. But at least that hasn't happened so far. Liberate Occitania, Let's see, was that a bluff or are they actually going to liberate Occitania? Oh my god, they have Russia on their side too. Uh-oh. We might see a weak French, weak France in this game, maybe. Last patch, Korea could beat Qing with just stacking up cannons because of that Opium War debuff. Yeah, and nowadays, now in the new patch, you can't even declare independence. In the new patch, it's just like, yeah, that's too bad, buddy. You're becoming a puppet. You don't even have an avenue for independence. The button is grayed out. You have no choice. Oh my god, bro, please. If we don't get protectionism on the second pass, or the next pass, I swear. Okay, let's decrease taxes again. Oh hey, that's pretty cool. Upper strata has, yeah, it's kind of whatever. The important part is that they have money and they're loyal, which means that we have a lot of approval from our factions. Pretty much everyone's on board with the fact that we're making things somewhat better, tangentially speaking. Oh, also, can I grant people investment rights now? I can. Please invest. Oh my god, please invest. Please invest. Please, 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 please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I would prefer anybody except for Ching investing in my country. Thank you. Oh, also, we could have been increasing the amount of industrialization like a long time ago. Let's build 3 of these, actually. Screw it. Time to industrialize like crazy. Yeah, Ching spamming railways. I have no idea what they think they're going to achieve with this. Oh, I know what they're thinking. They're thinking I'm gonna pay for subsidies, and I'm not doing that. You think I'm gonna subsidize your railways? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not paying for your railways. Can you buy the Ching out, maybe? Literally, no. I can't. It sucks. Also, I'm not subsidizing that. I can't nationalize it, because it's not owned by people in my country. If I wanted to nationalize it, I would have to aggressively force nationalization. I would have to, like, walk in there and be like, stop. And they would probably say no. Ooh, thunder. Well, if the power goes out, you guys will notice it. In fact, I should probably save this. Let me save this run. Just in case the power does go out. Yeah, I don't know what the Ching strategy is right now. Building a bunch of railways. Hey, you know what? Better that they build railways and nothing else, because the railways are not going to contribute to the GDP. So that is frankly not my problem. You know what? I might even increase another construction sector. The economy will grow, whether or not they want it to. Oh, right. Also, I completely forgot. We need to swap the per capita. Yeah, like, we really need to swap to per capita taxation. Please, please let me actually do it this time. We try again, and then again, and then again, maybe. Economy's gone right past the Japanese shogunate. Next target, the United States of America. Oh, and we urbanized at least one part. Urban center building throughput? We'll go with that, actually. Do we still have the option for farms to factories? Yes, because peasants are still greater than 60% of the population, which is good. Unemployment going down much more rapidly. Sway them with a tax cut? I can live with that, because we pay, or we earn like nothing in income taxes. That does mean we're not going to make so much extra money from per capita, but that's fine. Days of Darkness, oh my god. If I say no, they won't like us, but... I'm sorry, man, I can't afford this. I don't care what the Dutch East Indies think of me. I don't care how much infamy I get. I can't afford to send you that money. Because I know, after the Krakatoa eruption, I'm going to have to subsidize my own country because of the climate effects from the eruption are going to reach the crops, and we're going to have to pay for that. So I'd rather not pay for extra things. We'll take that, actually. Yeah, we'll take that. See? The drop of temperature caused by the volcanic eruption has ruined the crops. So now we're going to have to send them a ridiculous amount of money. That's the money we're going to have to send, and I am not going to send it to the Dutch East Indies, which are already falling apart, okay? You basically have more problems to deal with than a volcanic eruption. There we go, more taxation capacity. That's actually perfect for us. A little wary about just cranking that up, but I think... No, when do we get paper bleaching? Ah, that's over here. Okay, let's start small. Increase these two. Hopefully they'll look at that and be like, oh, paper, we should build more paper. Something like that. Why are you building so many railways? I'm not paying for your railways. Stop it. I'm not paying. I'm not gonna pay for them. You can have that though, that's fine. But I'm not paying for them. Go ahead, buddy. Keep building railways. I'm sure it'll work out great for you. We need more... Ooh, you're fine. Oh my god, is that an actual fertilizer plant? No shot. There's no way. You mean we can actually start producing like crops or something? Okay. Vivid red sunsets were reported for several months across the country. Fire engines were even called out in Yangtze to quench the apparent conflagration. That's a word. Many artists and academics, have expressed their interest in this phenomenon. Volcanic eruptions will be less damaging in the future? Yes please, thank you. I have one university, but I will take university throughput. Actually, does Japan have universities? I'm trying to get a feel for like, oh my god, they do have universities. I'm trying to see how many universities I should build. I think I'm gonna wait for per capita taxation to eventually maybe pass, so that we'll have enough money. I have to temporarily increase taxes, I think. Oh god, what is this? Okay. Rutro Raggy. That could be a problem. What do we do if China collapses, chat? Qing's kind of cooked, right? Like, it's over for them. Conquer all of Manchuria? Based. True. Actually, I think I've discovered a decent strategy is just like puppet them and then let your owners like invest in your own puppet rather than directly own stuff. Like, you don't need to directly own things anymore, right? Because your pops can own buildings in other places, so you don't need to own things. You can just like create a puppet out of these areas and then let your country invest into that puppet. It also makes a lot of sense because you can make a power block. So like if you're playing like Britain or something and you look at the tenets of the power block, then having vassalization gives you more authority per subject and increased income transfer from subject. So like, it's actually a decent idea. Ancestral Korean land. I don't even think we can take like a little bit. I'm pretty sure if we look at... Like, there are Korean pops in here, right? But most of that's sort of like this general area, and we would be taking a lot more than that. I mean, we could extend core Korea territory into southern Manchuria. But the rest of it, I don't know. Anyway, that's gonna be not right now. We're gonna wait to see how we can weather this storm, because like, yeah, a lot of our consumers for our products were in Qing, and now that they've collapsed, our economy is also kind of gonna collapse. It's a big problem. But I'm not gonna help them. Like, I'm just gonna see what happens. I'm pretty sure the Qing Peasant Republic, or the revolt, is gonna win. And it's gonna be a dictatorship immediately. Lovely. That's cool, I guess. We should be able to weather this, though, I think. It's just not gonna be great. I'm kinda hoping that, Radical Great Qing actually wins, because I want Qing to collapse. Does the journal entry that makes them collapse still get nuked if they lose? I have no idea. I don't know enough about why Qing collapses. I'm just hoping that it does. I'm on that copium. Oh no, Radical Qing's in default. Wait, aren't you also in default? You should be. Oh, you declared bankruptcy. GG. Things are getting complicated, but hey. Hey, look at this. Look at this, chat. They have a 4% chance of saying yes, and we're not going to owe them an obligation because they're cringe. But we're increasing our economic independence because of this civil war, which is perfect for us. If we have the opportunity during this war, we should definitely increase our autonomy so we have to pay them less. At the very least, you know. And maybe even getting market control would be nice. Because then we can choose what we give to Qing and what we don't give to Qing. We can even put on tariffs. Oh yeah, Qing is losing big time. Look at that. It's over. It's so over. Oh my god. As long as they don't start occupying me, I guess. Alright, I guess we're going to see the new Republic of China before it fractures into 17 bajillion pieces. That's gonna be cool, though. It's a good thing we kind of built up our economy off the backs of, you know, of Qing before they started collapsing. Because now we can start exploiting the countries that pop out. Okay, we get a second company. I'm kind of thinking about making it the Iron Company. Just because our country isn't quite developed enough to make it like manufacturing based, I think. If we do this, then we get like steel mill throughput as well. And that should make it also cheaper to industrialize at some point. Because, you know, the throughput bonus. Okay. Wow. China has, changed. Under new management, it seems. I'm gonna request market control. They're gonna say no, but the reason I'm gonna do that is because them saying no is basically going to, what? Oh. Well then. It appears the Republic of China was not very stable. Okay. It's time to be evil. Oh my god, it is time to be evil. I love being evil. Alright, let's sort out the economy first, actually, because we have things to worry about. Okay, well, do we own these now? Do we own that? No. Even though the countries have collapsed, the owners are still, yeah, okay. Interesting. Subjugation time? Yeah, I'm thinking like, okay, we go into Manchuria, you know? I'm thinking like, it's Manchuria time, baby. We go and puppet the entire thing. I don't know how expensive that is, though. 37 is actually not that bad. But we're going to improve the infantry first, because we do have enough small arms industries to support an army. We do also need a little bit of wood. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to reorient the entire, like, process we have going on here. Let's make that hardwood. Yeah, so the thing about the engines is that we still don't actually need railways, so I'm not gonna worry about getting more engines. Except here, we actually do need some railways here, maybe. We have motor industry. Wait, we have motor industries? Where did we get motor industries? Oh, okay, so maybe it's fine then. Sugar input goods. Yeah, let's import some sugar from Shandong. Let's import dyes from the British? Really? You'd think somebody here would have dyes. Oh, no, hold on. Right, because we don't actually... We need to declare an interest in South China. Okay, let's do that first. Fabric is also expensive. The economy is going to start reorienting what it wants to build, I think. Russia's also going to start building. Okay, that's fine. Ports are better than railways. It's true, but I'm also considering we might be able to make a little bit of money off of transportation. And besides, the industrialists are building everything themselves anyway. But yes, we do need more infrastructure, and we do need more ports, because, you know, we want to build... We want to open up more trade routes, I guess, now. Alright, what do we do? This is a level of autonomy I wasn't expecting to have yet. Like, Russia likes us, but if we try to, like, invade Manchuria, Russia might not like us. They have a lot more sympathy towards Manchuria than towards us. We can't form a power block because we are an unrecognized regional power. We need to increase our prestige to become an unrecognized major power, and then I think at that point we might be allowed to form a block. No, we need to be an actual major power. We need to be a recognized major power. Okay, what if I just go with like a, what if I demand Southern Manchuria? Russia is far less likely to care. What about Hunan? Such a massive country, though. I don't know if I want to puppet them or anything. Oh, I can't, because they're the same power as I am. Same size. We could take one province from Hunan, right? Russia wouldn't care. Could I even release somebody from this province? I don't know. There's 3 million people. We're definitely going to use it as like a colony though, right? We're not going to integrate it. We're just going to use it to extract agriculture. But I usually prefer to use this to extract agriculture because like it has... large population, 10 million, and 200 unused arable land. This only has 75. Maybe we just take Southern Manchuria? Take both. Hmm. How strong are you? Not very. How strong am I? Also not very. But I am improving my army right now. Okay, let's start with southern Manchuria, because I don't think we can take all of Manchuria. I think if we try to tributary them, then Russia's definitely going to get involved on their side, and it's pretty much over for us. It says they won't, but I think that's a lie. It's too close to the line. It could change very, very easily. Okay, let's go with southern Manchuria. We're going to take that. And hopefully Russia doesn't get involved, but who knows. Alright, Russia, please don't get involved. Please don't get involved. Please do not get involved. If we do this as well, yeah, it will be cooked. Well, let's not do that. Almost the same amount of infamy? Yeah, but we're not going to get our teeth kicked in by Russia, ideally. Who actually knows? They might still join. Why? Why are you like this? It's like minus 30 and then they're like, we just feel like messing up Korea's day. There's no reason, there's no justification for them to join the other side, but they do it anyway. Because they like to troll me. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, oh, I think I understand. You became antagonistic because you are not liking the fact that I'm taking Manchuria. Okay. Cool. Really not cool, actually. You can defend with draft and Russia will give up. Oh, like if I... Yeah, I get what you mean. Because, like, Russia's strong, but I don't know if they're willing to commit to this very much. I don't think they would go full conscription just to step on Korea. It's a pretty big maybe. That's why we're going to add a second save in here. Pretty big maybe. The economy is going to feel it. We're going to have to increase taxation, maybe even put taxes on something else too. I don't think we need this anymore. We don't need social mobility. So let's go and increase taxes on services. Go to mobilization. We don't really have anything we can even give them right now. Right now, I'm not even sure if we can arm everybody. We have arms industries that can give us 30. And we're consuming 12, but that's because we haven't actually, Yeah, conscription's gonna be hard. Hold on, we're gonna have to do a few things. Like, the port needs to be built, but this needs to be built faster. We might abandon the port just to build this faster, maybe. No, it's whatever. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to import guns, aren't we? We have a lot of unemployed people down here, so like, if you want a job, congratulations. You're hired. It's one way to solve the One way to solve the unemployment crisis, you know? Just, send them into battle. Okay, we have to mobilize ASAP so we can start raising conscripts ASAP. And then we need to start talking about getting trade deals. Let's do that. Let's do that. No, let's export tools because we make too many. Let's do that. And let's do this. Let's import small arms. Oh, God. From the Dutch? 5 small arms? Okay, whatever. Whatever we can get our hands on, I guess. So Russia's not very happy that we're taking part of Manchuria. Let's improve relations anyway. We're still cordial with them. We're just antagonistic because we're taking Manchuria. We need a defensive specialist. Yeah, adamant defense is fine. Aren't you an offensive? No. Well, you have artillery commander. We might even go with 2 defensive specialists. We might have a higher chance of engaging or something, I don't know. Okay, this complicates things, but I guess if we're going to take anything else from Manchuria, we'd go with war reps. I'm just gonna wait for other countries to become neutral. So it doesn't look like anybody's going to join, even if I ask for war reps. Manchu. I don't know how many men Russia's willing to send over to commit to this war. If I had to guess, I would say it's not going to be a significant amount, which is good. But it's super unreliable type of gamble. We'll increase military wages. We are doing our best to build army industries, or arms industries. I wish I could pause like one thing, you know, just work on arms industries instead of the port as well, but... as soon as Russia lines up against the border, I mean, hold on, we might have a chance to advance. Before they get here, because, you know, they gotta travel across the Siberian Railway. We can press the advantage that we have for now. Also, let's import a little bit of dye from... UA? Yeah, let's go with UA. It's the lowest number of transports or convoys. Highest amount. We'll do that. Don't press, you're in mountains. Hmm. 51 days left. Reasonable suggestion. Though we are going to be sitting here for a while. Actually, no, you're right. One, it's going to be losses that we have to replace. 2, we're going to lose our defensive position. And 3, we need to give ourselves more time for the arms industries. God, please don't kick my butt. Please don't... Oh, they're gonna kick my butt so bad. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Why am I only sending 23,000 men into this battle? Why is that exactly? Oh, it's so bad, chat. It's so bad. We need to continue building arms industries. We need more arms industries, and we need more conscripts, actually. And I'm going to promote you. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. You want a tax cut while at war? Okay, hold on, wait. Oh my god, we don't even have training because I haven't been upgrading the army because I didn't expect this to be a problem. You want a tax cut right now? You're not getting a tax cut, actually. No, we need that money. We're going with, like, maximum conscription. We're doing, like, basically mass conscription at a time where nobody was supposed to be doing mass conscription. We're doing, like, super conscription. And even then, I don't think we're going to be able to recover enough men. Wait. They aren't advancing. Oh, shoot. Oh, God, no, please, no. I was joking. Please don't do this to me. It was just a little prank. Just a little prank. What's wrong with a little prank? You guys hate pranks. That's crazy. I'm just a little guy doing a few things. Oh, God. It's bad. We are not holding this. No, I think it's what we, in the business call Jover. Plus 20% conscriptable. Let's go. I really should have gone for general staff before trying anything here. Yeah, it's really not looking good, chat. I really don't think we're going to be able to push Russia out of this war before we capitulate. No amount of edicts can fix this. Unless... No, it's over for us. Yeah, over? Yeah, it's over. Okay, let's maybe go back to, what was I even doing? Was this, is this the one, or is that, did I already start the play? I don't remember. Did I start the play there, or did I, before the play? Okay, this is where the play was started. Can I even do anything from this point? Back down? I mean, it would suck, but yeah, I guess. We have a navy? I mean, no, we've been putting everything into industrializing the economy. Back down, try again later. I mean, it would suck, but I guess. Russia's kind of, you know, Russia kind of a bitch for that, you know? Me when I'm best friends, and then I do one thing, and my best friend's like, actually, let me kill you? That was kind of weird, but okay. I don't want to go to the 1873. I want to, like... I want to say on one hand that I want to get used to not going back to previous saves, but on the other hand, like, you're missing so much information that it's so hard to even make educated decisions, you know? Like, I went into this war thinking like, oh, well, Russia's not going to get involved because Russia likes me, and they don't... And it said that they're not going to get involved. I mean, that's the main part, right? Game says, you know, they have minus 50 reasons to get involved. They're not going to get involved. I do the play. They get involved. Okay, that's kind of weird. Like, what's the point of having the prediction system if the prediction system doesn't predict accurately, you know? It's like another red herring. You might as well have no information. Pretty much. It's really unfortunate, I guess. False promises and then some. Yeah, like they became antagonistic, but you would think that the prediction system would know that they're going to become antagonistic. Well, yeah, they're antagonistic because now they're in the play. I still don't know what caused them to join against me. I don't actually know. The game didn't tell me anything. Like it said, Russia's not gonna join. I'm like, oh, that sounds great. I go in. They join. Why? No reason. They didn't tell me. I wasn't informed of any reason why. Just cause, you know, just because. Was it because of infamy? Probably. But probably isn't a yes. Probably is a, go ahead, buddy. Yes. But that's not helpful enough. Manchuria didn't promise them anything. See, that's the thing. They just lied, maybe? I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess they just lied. Alright. That's cool. I mean, yeah, I guess we're backing down then. That sucks. Got minus 50 reasons for being the player, apparently. Goddamn. Like, if I invade this country, are you going to get involved? It says minus 31, but I'm willing to bet they would get involved, wouldn't they? They probably would. Minus 31 isn't a no. It just means that... God, man. Okay, whatever. Alright, well, I guess we're not gonna go with the immediate invasions then. I guess we're gonna have to invest a little bit in... Well, I mean, we need to industrialize still. That kinda sucks. Let's go and invest in percussion caps, I guess. We don't need postal savings. I guess what we actually should do is grab, let's say, percussion caps, general staff, field works. I guess that's what we should be researching right now. AI does fear mass conscripts even if you never raise them. Really? That's kind of weird, but okay. Well, at least it's not 30% of my income, so I guess I can live with that. Plus, how long is this truce until we invade them? So I do want to get ready to invade them as soon as possible. 4 years. Okay, we have 4 years to industrialize the economy, improve the army, and maybe get per capita taxation, but maybe that's a bit of a stretch. That might not happen. Oh, yeah, also arms industries, we do want to nationalize those. We're gonna keep those. Because the worst thing that can happen is, like, you're not at war, and the arms industries are too unprofitable, so they start closing down, and then you go to war, and then you don't have enough arms industries. Anti-Russian League has offered a defense pact with Britain. Actually, not a bad idea. Although I would like to be amicable with Russia, so they don't do that whole thing again. And now they're cautious. They used to be friendly, but okay. Alright, well, we're gonna pursue that because a defensive pact with Britain would kind of slap, except you have your own problems to deal with right now. But you know what? Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna join the British Empire, though. That's not happening. Hey, per capita taxation. Who would have guessed that would happen this century? Yeah, now Russia's just like, no, 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 you don't get to invade China. I get to invade China. Okay, buddy. Yep, rivalry. Love it. Also rivalry. Screw you too. Okay. What else do we need to build? We need to start actually building lead mines. That's going to take longer than 4 years to get these two. So what can I do in the meantime? Well, just build a larger army, I guess. So that'll be, we also want artillery foundries. Maybe another arms industry? Maybe. And then we want to increase the number of active servicemen. We want not that last one. Okay. Alright, and then we'll get more here, and here, and here, because there are a lot of unemployed people here, but mostly here. Maybe not 60, actually. Hold on, let me think about that. No. Let me change that. Yeah, never mind. Different idea. Let's go with... Oh, I want 45, 40, and 5? I think. 1, 2... Right, because we don't actually have any artillery yet, so we can't do that. And we'll just put 5, like, here or something. The pop-up did say that they were swayed. So they were swayed for free or what? You want to have all of your conscripts assigned before a play? I didn't even know that. That's weird. So like you should just have the whole thing always available. Okay, that's a weird fact, but okay. Yeah, economy's not doing so well. How about we actually increase taxes while I'm building those? Well, on the bright side, the economy is starting to bounce back a little, and we are stronger. Well, of course, now we're going to be in the number 8 spot because Qing doesn't exist anymore. But the economy is still stronger than, like, Egypt or anything like that. Actually, could I get involved with conquering a state here? Nope, Russia still could join. Minus 33 is still too high. Jingoist or protectionist? Dude, I don't care. Who died? Was it you? Nope, the Jingoist. Which was, I think, the market guy, maybe? I don't know. Actually, yeah, can we get you to step down? No. If I went with National Guard, I could get even more battalions in conscripts. Could be helpful, maybe. Let's change the government, actually. We don't need the petit bourgeoisie in there. We'll do this. But the thing is, I really need this guy to die. Or to abdicate or something. We're not going to marginalize the landowners. That's just not going to happen. We could try to make an interest group insurrectionary. Actually, how easily could we do that? Well, not very easily. All of the interest groups kind of like me, actually. Not even intelligentsia. Actually, maybe I can do intelligentsia. That wouldn't even be enough for... Okay, hold on. If I went with secret police, the intelligentsia... Oh, they don't even care that much? Seriously? Okay, whatever. I need to figure out a way to make somebody angry. Angry enough to revolt. I have too many loyal subjects. Oh god, what am I going to do? They love me too much. I really need this guy to step down, though. Actually, we can grant you command. Can he die while he has command? Just like training accident or something? I think that'd be pretty cool. Change the health system? We'd have to invest more in bureaucracy first, but we could do that. Yeah, that's the thing, bureaucracy. Can't live with it, can't live without it. Well, for the time being, let's just see how much money we're spending on the military once we're done here. Let's hire new people. And then now that we actually have artillery, we should be able to hire at least some. This might be kind of overkill for an army. What is that? 60 regiments? Is that too much for us, maybe? I mean, Russia has 235. France is 82. That might be spending too much on the army, actually. Oh, that's not what I wanted, actually. I wanted to decrease the number of infantry. Bring that down to 35. Actually, maybe even 30. Maybe I don't actually want to increase it that much. Let me just go with that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. And then now that we're researching like percussion caps and stuff, maybe we'll be fine. Defensive pact with Russia. You know what? Unironically, being friendlier with Russia might stop them from being, you know, kind of mean to me, so. Oh, I can't even get a defensive pact. What's the point then? Okay. Oh, we have high clout in our anti-Russian lobbies. Oh. That sucks. Can't really under-invest into military right now. You can make huge gains from Conquest right now, more than the equivalent growth from investing that surplus into the economy. Yeah, but I could over-invest to the point where I crush Manchuria with no resistance, and it's like pointless to have an army that large. But I think I get what you mean. Let me see if I can just, like, increase that. More bureaucracy. It's like some of the smaller ones. It's so that the industrialists have a chance to build more paper plants, paper mills. Going to Hunan? That is if Russia doesn't stop me. Risky. Risky. They did join when it was minus 50 last time, so... Forgive me if I'm a little less inclined to try and invade anything right now. Okay, I don't really care about either of you. Jungsaw is exiled. Yeah, you know what? You probably should be exiled, thank you. Clouds on the horizon. Okay, the presence of the nearby Russian colony in Amur has raised fears amongst the rural folk that our own nation will fall victim to a similar fate. So they've aligned with the anti-Russian League. I think we're going to balance things out a little bit. Minus 73. Still don't like the idea of that, but yeah, screw it. We'll do a save. I think Russia's protective of Hunan as well. Pretty high likelihood that they'll intervene. It's kind of weird because, you know, if there's a high likelihood of them intervening, I would really like to have that information. You know what I mean? Like, I would really like to have that information before I make the decision. But we'll see. And yes, they did just take Amur from Manchuria. How strong is my military right now? 1068. How strong is your military? Nothing. We ball. Unless I can... No, I can't turn you into a tributary. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Looking at you, Russia. With your minus 51 relative preference. You better not join off of that minus 51 relative preference. You better not do it. You better not, man. You better declare neutrality, buddy. Oh, thank God. Whew. Okay, I was like I was the edge of my seat there, like, okay. I don't know. I never trust the AI, ever, actually. I don't care what the numbers they give me are, I don't trust them. I have no good reason to ever trust the AI, ever. Okay, we actually would have the opportunity to conquer more now because they've already declared neutrality, but it's kind of risky to go for Inner Mongolia. Plus, I mean, it sucks. I mean, it's not that bad. That's 2 million people living there, but it looks disgusting if I take that. I mean, unless I can release Inner Mongolia as a puppet, which would be kind of based. Take it? No. Maybe? Because, like, the truce with Manchuria is gonna come up by the time my infamy's back down. Liberate Mongolia? Can I even do that? No, if I can't liberate Mongolia, it means that I can't actually release them either, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, pretty sure that's what it means. I don't have the war goal, then I can't release them either. Mongolia. Oh my god, you're right. Mongolia exists. Forgot about that. What do you know? Okay. I think we're gonna leave it as it is. I don't think we're going to take any more states. We might take Beijing after, if we have the chance to. Maybe. Depends. But this war, pretty much in the bag. In fact, I suspect they're going to back down, which would be nice, because I don't really want to spend that money. Thank you. So what do we do with this, chat? I don't really want to incorporate it. Wait, did I not get the... Oh, maybe I did. Okay, never mind anyway. Incorporate it, Manchuria as Korean clay. Okay, well... Maybe. Oh, wait a second. Where did my infamy go, chat? where did it go? I got a bunch of infamy from that, and now it's just gone? Is it because they backed down, or no? Arms to factories? It went poof? Yeah, apparently. Maybe I industrialized too much. Oh well. How does culture conversion work in Vic 3? I think it's faster if you accept their culture. So I'm pretty sure because we have cultural exclusion, I don't think any of the Chinese cultures are actually discriminated against. Oh, Manchu is. Because Sinosphere is different from Chinese? Okay. Them backing down halves the infamy? Wait, really? Oh, maybe I need to... Okay, hold on. I can't release any countries, which means either it stays as a colony and I can extract out of it, or we incorporate it. And I think we're just going to incorporate it, to be honest. Assimilation will only happen in Korean cultural homelands? Wait, really? It doesn't feel right, but it might be right. Like, no, hold on a second. I've seen, like, Franco-Canadian assimilation over here in, like, Washington and Oregon. Like, that can't be right. Okay, whatever. Should actually let other people do foreign investment. Grant investment rights. Portugal, want to invest? Thanks, buddy. If we could get Britain to invest, actually, that'd be pretty pog. Okay, we need to declare an interest in North China, apparently. Thought I had that, but alright. The conditions are that they have to not be in their own homeland. Oh, I see, okay. So you can't, like, change homelands or anything. We can't literally assimilate Manchuria into Korean. But you can't convert Manchus in Manchuria? Oh, but it's also a Han homeland. I mean, obviously we have Koreans in here, right? So we can convert the Han in this province, but not the Manchu. I see, okay. Interesting. Okay, well, let's start by building maybe more government administration. Or at least upgrading what we have. That's gonna be expensive. Hey, Central Archives. I love bureaucracy. Except, no, I think I prefer to just get progress on technology. Speaking of technology, I should start building universities. We should get at least religious schools, I think. Dude, Russia is going crazy with what they're taking from Manchuria. Yeah, they hated me because I was going into Manchuria. I knew it. Okay, I can't demand Beijing? Question mark? Oh, you like me, don't you? You need to not like me, right? No, you don't even like me. Why can't I invade you? Oh. Had to wait literally a week. Okay. I think I should wait until we get to like 2.5 because if we demand it right now, we're gonna have a few problems, I think. How do you have 47% literacy with no schools? A lot of people have a lot of money and we have high wealth access, literally just from like empiricism. So wealth education access is decent because like we have a decent number of like wealthy people and middle strata. But honestly, I couldn't tell you why anybody in the lower stratas are literate. I have no idea. Don't you have the edict everywhere? Wait, is that actually what I was... Oh, that also gives education access. That's crazy. I thought it just gave you like more qualifications. I forgot that it actually gives you education as well. Isn't that crazy? So how much would this cost? Ooh, we could make you into a tributary. That would be so much better, I think. Because then we get both of your provinces. It's not as much aggressive expansion. And we can just steal money from you without having to worry about your population. Yeah, you know what? Let's make you into a tributary. Doesn't seem like anybody's too opposed to that, except for the Japanese shogunate. But we've been kind of friends. Well, actually, hold on. We were friends with Russia, too. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a... little bit of that. Make tributary. Please don't join Japan. Thank you. And on top of that... because it doesn't look like anyone's going to join, which is good. Okay. And they've improved relations. Okay, so you actually do like me. Thank you so much, man. Whew. Alright. They should back down. Which will be good. Oh, this is fine. We have like... oh, wait a second. What? Enactment just progresses by one phase? Oh, but in the long run, with 20% enactment chance is probably better. And we have one university, so we don't care about the reduced throughput. Well, we have 2 universities now, yippee. But yeah, I don't like to build a lot of universities until philosophy department anyway, because like you get like barely any innovation out of it. A tiny bit. So... alright, buddy. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and back down. I'm just gonna go ahead and ask for war reparations. Go ahead, buddy. Whenever you feel like it, just press the back down button. Thank you. Sounds great. Okay. Beautiful, our first subject. Let's also get an interest in Japan. Who knows, maybe we'll conquer Japan one day as well. So that didn't decrease my infamy that much, did it? When they backed down. So maybe it's only when you conquer stuff and they back down? I'm not sure. Anyway, they are paying us a decent amount of money, which is great because we can spend that on, well, stuff. More taxation. None has rivaled me. Reasonable, okay. So let's see. Your liberty desire is going down because you're now economically dependent on me, which is great. In fact, our population should also start investing in Shanxi. Yeah, you guys seem a little bit upset. Don't worry, we can fix that. Baking powder, let's go. Put that on, that's fine. Baking powder is huge. We have a lot of food industries. Are people, like, actually buying groceries? Oh, kinda. We might also want to expand the government-owned wheat, maybe. Glassworks, I do kind of want to encourage lead production. I don't think we have percussion caps yet, do we? Oh, let's do that. Well, oh, hold on a second. We need explosives. We don't even have explosives yet. Wait, where's the fertilizer production? Oh, okay, that makes sense. We'll leave that be, actually. I want to produce some explosives so we can at least put them in the mines. And since Shanxi is a tributary, we can't actually use them to invade Shandong. Yeah, we're gonna take that. We can't use them to invade Shandong because we don't have military access through them. But their liberty desire is decreasing. Alright, things are almost looking up for Korea. Look at that, GDP has rebounded since the collapse of Qing. We've gotten stronger, army is stronger, economy is stronger as well. And yeah, we'll take that. Couldn't find anything for backing down influence on infamy, just that unincorporated states cost less. It's weird that we lost infamy after they backed down then. Well, I know that they hadn't incorporated this territory yet. Because they did have to incorporate, like this is still unincorporated. This stuff is incorporated, this is where their capital is. This was not incorporated for them. So certainly that had some influence, but I thought that influence would affect before I actually took it. But whatever. Munition plants, lovely. So, when we build explosives, we're also going to need to build percussion caps. But that's not going to be for a while, because we still need 3 years to build general staff. So we're gonna focus mostly on building explosives factories for now. Because there's no demand for explosives, so the industrialists aren't building explosives because they wouldn't make any money off of it. Which is reasonable, you know, it makes sense. It just means that we have to be the ones to build the first explosives factory and then introduce explosives into the mines so that there is demand. So how's coal right now? Plus 7%. What about iron? -4. Okay. So we'll put nitroglycerin in the mines. Everyone's favorite. See, fun thing about nitroglycerin is that, like, if you, like, tap it at all when you're moving it, it, like, explodes or something, so. Like, if you're not careful enough when transporting it, it's just like, yeah, you're dead now. Or so I was told during that unit of history class. Shandong is a good target. It would be a good target. We can't invade them yet. It wouldn't quite be possible. Actually, let's turn you into a puppet or a vassal. Now that would be possible. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. It's tasty. A debt of 1.1 million. Really don't want to take that debt on, actually, so nope. We can also change you back to a monarchy. That would be so goated. I kinda wish these guys would, like... Oh my god, it's a whole lot of nothing. It's just nothing back and forth. They have no men on either side. Might have to step in and, change things, maybe. Oh, and we are an unrecognized major power. I don't suppose I could make a power block. No, I need to be recognized. Okay, how do I get recognition? Lobby opportunity? Do you want a defensive pact? Nope, didn't think so. Okay. So how do I do that? Earning recognition. Okay, we need civilizing mission. That's what we need. So we need to research that after we get these two. Yeah, we need to finish modernizing the army first. And that's all the way down here, so we actually need to finish... Well, it's preferable if you finish every single one in the second tier before you enter into the third tier. We are making quite a bit of money. Might want to invest in universities so we can actually start doing research. I mean, it's 1880. Should probably do that at this point. Yep, give industrialists credit. Lovely. Maybe. 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 Chat, do we want to go with colonial exploitation? Do we want to, exploit all of Manchuria? Yes, yes. Everyone in chat says yes. Okay, maybe, maybe. Ooh, anti-Japan lobby. With the industrialists. Ah. I mean, either way, it's gonna happen. I guess we go with the top option. See, I wasn't planning on kind of being mean to Japan until later. But we could definitely still do that soon. Okay, after religious schools, we might go to colonial exploitation. See, the problem is that, like someone said, if the land is good, or if the land is bad, then you colonize it, and if it's good, then you incorporate it. So, like, you would incorporate southern Manchuria, I guess, because it has, like, a ton of arable land and, like, good stuff. Incorporate for industry, leave unincorporated for raw materials. So it would be the opposite then. You would turn southern Manchuria into a colony so you can extract, like, a disgusting amount of wheat, cotton, or livestock and all this stuff, right? And then we industrialize the heartland. Oh, that makes sense. That's... Now I'm thinking like an imperialist. Let's go. If we have all these people not working on resource extraction, then we can have them working on manufacturing. And if they're working on manufacturing, then we need those resources from somewhere. Isn't that curious? Okay, I see, I see. Also, someone died here. Oops. And incorporate because you can make steel there? That's true. You can make steel here, too. You can make steel in this entire place. Damn, Manchuria is actually cracked. This is like such a good place. Just incorporate all of it. Ooh, I really want to do that at some point, if possible. You can incorporate Japan because they have all the infrastructure. Okay, so incorporate Manchuria, Japan, and then what? Puppet all of China? And then slowly incorporate China, maybe? Alright, I mean, whatever works. Let's do a quick save because I don't trust the AI on anything. I do want to puppet this guy, or turn him into a tributary. Because he's having like a whole nothing war with his neighbor here, or with his religious revolt. But if I can get him to back down to me, then maybe I can fight his revolt for him. Let's maybe focus on putting more explosives in mines. We'll do that for now, just because I'm going to focus on getting more explosives. And yes, of course, there is a Han secessionist movement in this territory, which, you know, we kind of expected to have happen. Kind of unfortunate, though. Oh, wait, what? You're still at war? Like really? Okay. Really don't know what to do about that, then. You don't get taxes from unincorporated states. True, you also don't need to, like, pay for their stuff, so. 5-hour stream? I thought it was a normal app. Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble there. Last night I was like, game crash, okay. Cool, no, that's cool. Alright. Alrighty then, hopefully it's nothing permanent. Good thing you just saved. Well, I also just had an autosave too. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, last night I was thinking maybe I'll change up the way I make stream thumbnails. Maybe that would be a good idea. Because, you know, most stream thumbnails, I just kind of like toss them out. I actually really like the thumbnail I made for today's stream. I think it's pretty decent. One of my better ones, to be honest. It says, compiling 221 shaders due to first time starting this update, so that's kind of weird. Pretty sure it isn't the first time I opened up that update. But okay. It's gonna take a little while, chat. So, how's everyone's day going? Hope you've all been having a good Sunday. Tomorrow, I think I'm probably going to work on a video that's gonna come out, I don't know, Wednesday maybe, possibly. Yeah, I hope you guys like Antebellum, because that's what it's gonna be. Also, I need to I probably have enough time to record a Victoria 3 video at some point. Might do that, like... Let me think about that. Tuesday? Can't do Wednesday, because Wednesday I'm gonna be on Parabellum. Wait, am I gonna be on Parabellum? I actually don't know. I should check to see what we're doing for Parabellum next Wednesday. Let's see. May or may not have even been informed of who's playing next week, I think. Or in a few days, I don't know. If it even is next week, honestly, I have no idea. I don't know, I feel like I'm out of the loop on a lot of things. Yeah, it's still trying to compile shaders, by the way, as you can see, so... Currently playing Elden Ring, so my days been miserable. Dude, I was trying to beat the second main story boss. I can't do it. I suck so bad at the game. Okay, we're back. Han Secession. Yeah, that was kind of expected. I mean, what are we gonna do to fix that? Pretty much nothing. We just have to crush them, which will reduce the turmoil back to 0, and then we have to reincorporate it. It's kind of annoying. What's the game of the next video? It's gonna be, Prussia, but it's gonna be weird, funky Prussia. You want your own market? No. Oh, except I guess you are... No, you're not actually isolated. You're fine. Cold relations. Well, we're improving relations. Clout of political lobby interest groups in opposition. Let's appoint a governor. Let's put our guy in charge. No, stop it. Stop asking for your own market. You're not going to get your own market. Okay, we need to literally send, like, 5 people. Because they don't have an army here. Also, now that I've restarted the game, it runs, like, significantly faster. Isn't that crazy? Who could have guessed that opening the game and having it open for a long time would, like, decimate its ability to run? Isn't that crazy? Sign of memory leak? Yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? That should be easy to crush. Okay, we really don't have enough fertilizer, and I was kind of hoping that the private market would create fertilizer, but they're just not doing it, so we're gonna make fertilizer ourselves. I may or may not actually end up privatizing those at that point. I probably won't. Improper coding, or just like a problem with my system. Could be. Jingoist, reduce popularity. I don't really care, to be honest. Kind of like you being Jingoist, because at least you're not stopping me from doing what I want to do. Oh right, colonial exploitation. We love colonial exploitation. Minus 25% tension decay, though. Oh, that's infamy, not tension. Okay, we're fine. Prussia, but you start as a Saxony and form Brandenburg? Well, we do form Brandenburg, but that's not how. Well, can I please make you tributary? Russia would absolutely 100% this time, they would not interfere. Actually, what I kind of want to do, hold on, maybe I can cook real quick. Can I take southern and northern Manchuria and then like, I can't even release. What do I want to do here? I kind of don't want to puppet them though. Like, I could make them a tributary, but you know what I actually want? I want these two states. I want them for myself. And then what I want to do is annex Mongolia and release Mongolia to have these two provinces. Like, the fact that Manchuria got, like, Eastern Mongolia and Mongolia didn't is kind of sad, man. I was really hoping that they would get it, but kind of sucks. What do you think, chat? Do we just take southern Manchuria, or do we turn them into a tributary? Tributary is cheaper for infamy, by the way. Annex Manchuria? It is going to be a bit expensive to take that state. Great Britain's allied to me. Well, we have a defensive pact, but we're not allied. Same thing, I guess. Take southern Manchuria, it would look better. Okay, that's a pretty based response. Let's do another save real quick, just because I really don't want to see what happens if Russia decides to intervene, despite looking like they would never possibly intervene. Because you never know, they could. They could intervene. It's possible. I prefer if they didn't. Please don't intervene. Please don't intervene. They probably won't intervene. Probably. Okay, well, it seems like we're making a ridiculous amount of money that I didn't think we were making before. So, I guess we should probably increase the investment pool, shouldn't we? Permanent authority? Yes, please, thank you. Alright, well, let's increase our ability to industrialize, I guess. Because clearly we can. Japanese shogunate is not very happy with me, but that's too bad. I don't care. Anytime you want to back down, I'll give you a way out. Thank you. Okay, we'll turn that into... Whew, that's expensive, kind of expensive. Okay, well, it's not so bad, and yes, they did back down, despite the fact that this was their capital, and it reduced my infamy because of it. So I'm thinking, it has to be something to do with backing down from taking states. Or having states taken from you. It has to be something about that. Now, Russia. Russia. Not quite sure what to do about Russia. They're the number 2 great power. You know, I actually do want all of Manchuria. You know? It's got a lot of real nice stuff in there. Gold, iron, coal, lead, logging. A lot of resources. I think what we're going to have to do is modernize the army again. I mean, first of all, we're going to have to put down this revolt that is inevitably going to happen. Let's start by putting that down in there. Are you still upset? You shouldn't be getting that much turmoil, because we just crushed that, Oh, I guess you're building that turmoil back up. That sucks. I guess we're going to need better law enforcement then. Yeah, we need to focus on boosting our bureaucracy if we're going to keep on conquering like this. Well, first, let's just boost the economy. Or the, construction sectors. The infamy from any demands that are not pressed is partially or fully refunded, though the negative impact on relations is not reversed, if the defender backs down from the play. Yielding the war goal to the attacker gets refunded 75% of the infamy is wild. 75% is crazy. I had no idea about that. I guess that's how people are doing like these crazy pseudo-world conquests. Because I didn't even think it was possible to do all that, but okay. I guess Imperial Korea is going to happen then. Alright, that's cool, because, I mean, everybody here is weaker than I am, so I can just say, hey, want to become a tributary? And they're like, not really, but then I show up and they're like, oh, okay. And then they become a tributary. That's kind of cool. Let's actually just bump that up by 5, because I think we can afford all of these construction sectors. I think the private sector is about to go crazy with it. And if nothing else, they're probably going to start building in foreign investment, aren't they? Well, they're doing mostly domestic investment. I could ask if anybody would... Philippines, you're not going to invest, you're cringe. But I could maybe ask somebody else for investment rights. Or not. What about mutual? Ah, now we're talking. Mutual with Dynam might not be bad. We have some industry we can work with. So, conquering by scare and terror is not making others mad with you? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know where we're getting all this money from the investment pool, but, like, I'm not complaining. Oh, I think it's aristocrats, actually. Because, like, we still have autocracy. I should probably change that to landed voting at least at some point, but, yeah. Dude, there's just so much money. Like, we've maxed out the construction sector in this place. We can't build anymore here. Okay, we're going to need to find another place to start building up an industrial sector. Probably this place, to be honest. I mean, look at it. Probably the next best candidate, even though it doesn't have a ton of people, but it'll probably end up having enough people. You can combine monarchy with technocracy for funny government meme. For funny government name. Wait, what? We have a unique name for... Well, now I kind of want to know. Do you own stuff in Manchuria now because you took their financial districts? Oh, you're right. Oh, maybe. Maybe. That means that the manor houses in Manchuria are going to have a lot of influence. No, okay, the political strength is all, like, Korean. Never mind. This war is just never going to end. It is what it is. Can turn you into a vassal, though. Nice. What about Shandong? 55 to make them a tributary. This is highway robbery. Ah, okay, it's because I'm an unrecognized major power, I see. Multiplied by 25. Okay, that's maybe a bit much. So we need to become recognized, I think is what it's saying. Which is going to require universities, really. We need universities so that we can get faster research towards civilizing missions so we can become recognized. So that we can form our power block and exploit China, pretty much. I see. Okay, well, let's get started on that then. We're gonna build more construction sectors. Resource boom. Lovely. Actually, you know what? You don't get to have an army in Manchuria. You know, just in case they rebel or anything. One second, just looking at something. Never mind. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I was given the DLC already. I've actually been playing it for a few weeks and I just haven't said anything. Now I get to play it on stream. Let's see, Become a grifter. It's whatever. Universal pop political strength. Well, that doesn't really change either way. No, we're pretty much done. We'll just take the top option. Okay, now that's some investment. No, we're going to either... We can decrease taxes, increase government wages. And I'll probably build a couple of... Ooh, we need paper. Let's start producing paper. Like a lot of paper. And mixed in with that paper, I'm gonna toss in a couple of government administrations. I think this province is still, yeah, it's the majority of our GDP in terms of, like, individual province. Sometimes I like to do this, where I just queue up a couple of different things. But yeah, that's gonna be expensive, actually, so let me bump up a little bit of taxation. We have... oh, that's not a lot of gold reserves. Maybe we should bump that up twice. Maybe I shouldn't actually decrease taxation. Because now that I think about it... who are you? Yeah, sure, actually. Now that I think about it, once we get colonial exploitation, we're also going to be paying a whopping 263 additional bureaucracy, which is kind of a problem. So, yeah. Is there anybody I can subjugate that wouldn't cost me the entire run? That's only 20, actually. That's not bad. Ottoman Empire might get involved? Buddy. That would almost be funny to watch, actually. I almost kind of want them to. Yeah, we have general staff. Let's go throw these into general staff. According to the wiki, the name for the theocracy with technocracy is Contechny? Like for Korea? I know they have a bunch of weird names for different countries based on different things. I want to see all these country names. How do you even check, actually? Dynamic country names. Oh right, the wiki takes ages to load. Alright, let's take a look, I guess. Generally, Korea does not have special government names, only dynasty names for the monarchy. Man, that's kinda lame. How do you even check all of these? Like, you can check the flags. Okay, how do you check the names? Techno-theocracies are kind of cursed no matter who. True. You have me intrigued. Let's see, actually, maybe I can just type it in. Oh, there we go. Yeah, name and flag. Okay. You can proclaim the Empire of Korea? Yo, hold on. Where do I do that? Where do I need that. I need that right now. Donghak movement. No, that can't be it. Is it? Any power block? Donghak, that sounds Korean. Is that it? Can you build troops for Zili? No. Not really. I can invest in them. You need to be recognized? Okay, that's the goal. First, let's just finish fixing the bureaucracy. Shandong wants a trade agreement. I'm actually gonna puppet you, so it's really awkward, man, but buddy. You know what? Sure, whatever. Bring them closer into our sphere, pretty much. Government type article on the wiki lists all the government names, and there are some funny ones. Okay, well now I have to look at them. Let's see. Okay, Shogunate makes sense for Japan. Oh, but these are the names of the actual government types. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so that's not the country name. That's the government type name. Okay, so a monarchy with technocracy is an enlightened despotate. Despotate? I don't even know how you would say that. I like how France has Second Republic, Third Republic, Fourth Republic. No Fifth Republic? That's crazy. Bhutanese diarchy. I like how that's really specific for Bhutan. For all the Bhutan players out there, you know? Papist commune? Based. That's crazy. Fifth Republic is more for late game Hoi or after the Hoi 4 time. Okay, that's fair. Alright, what am I even looking for? I completely forgot. Actually, never mind it. Good enough. The infamy's going down, and the men thirst for war, so, who do we invade next? When is this truce up? 4 months, huh? What do you say? It's interesting. I don't know if I'll puppet you, though. Seems like it would be a lot of aggressive expansion. Okay, you don't need to be in the anti-Japanese association, that's fine. Well, let's maybe not enact national supremacy, actually. We can just not radicalize the movement, actually, that's fine. Oh wow, standard of living is decreased, that's crazy, I wonder how that happened. Standard of living is fine as far as I can tell, I think they're just crazy. I think they're lying, actually, I think it's perfectly fine. Okay, so if we make things more expensive, then in theory the industrialists should try and build to compensate, right? So. Shandong? See, the problem is that's like 50 infamy? Like, it's a lot? 55 infamy. That's kind of an issue. You know, they do have like about as many people as we have in Korea. It would be quite a significant amount. Oh, never mind. They have double, actually. Yeah, I don't know about that. What about Baoding? Am I missing something on the map? I don't see it. Am I blind? Purple. Outing is... Oh, the revolt. Yeah, the revolt. Yeah, it's my subjects' revolt, and I honestly don't think it's ever going to end. Like, literally ever. Neither of them have troops. And neither of them are recruiting troops either. Actually, that's not true. The aristocratic revolt has 4 battalions. And you have 0. And yet the war will not end. Okay. Ooh, condensing engine pump, huge. We boost production to the sky, to the moon even. How far did the British Raj fall? Oh. Oh no. Oh well. I like how they have insane devastation as well, even though there's 0 fighting going on. Man, even building all of that government administration... Ooh, okay, one second. Even after building all the government administration, we've hardly managed to increase our actual bureaucracy. We built like 5 of them, and we got just enough for, well, holding colonial affairs, and that's it. Now, trade agreement with Russia. Oh, wait, they just... What? Okay, cool. Do I even want to be friends with Russia? Or do I want to be friends with the British and play them against Russia? Let's not enter a trade agreement. Yeah, I'm gonna say screw it. We're gonna like... We're gonna take all of Manchuria. We will liberate... Oh god. Yeah, something like that. Gonna liberate Manchuria from the Russian imperialists and totally not put them under our rule, you know, the other imperialists. Man, that's crazy. Alright, well, I guess we can go into Anhui, actually. They're not that bad. I mean, the Ottomans might join, maybe? I really don't see any of this happening. I don't think the Ottomans are going to join, and even if they do, it'd be super funny, so... yeah, how about... How many can you make? 50? Let's modernize the infantry. Let's do that first. Also, let's build another munition plant, because we're probably going to need one. How'd you get independent? Yeah, China collapsed and we became free automatically. It was pretty cool, actually. You know, I did do a test run as Korea once, and it didn't go nearly this well. I think it was like 1900 and I was still a puppet of Qing, and they were still like, they had firm control over my country. But that's because I was doing government building instead of letting the capitalists build things, so I was getting taxed like an insane amount by Qing. Yeah, let's just give us a second to upgrade the infantry. Oh, okay, they're already upgraded. I think we have enough arms industries too, right? Yeah, we pretty much do, but let's build another one. We'll build a little bit more artillery, even though we don't really need it. And also over here, we're going to build ports. And also we're going to start building universities, I think. I like to spread them out just to start with so that everybody gets a little bit of increased qualification. How are we doing? Not too expensive, right? 1544 is not terrible for military. Although the other great powers are still much stronger. Ugh. Oh, God. Why? We're just not gonna look at that, actually. Never look at Europe again. I will try not to. We'll stick to our own flavor of border gore. I like it better. Yi Yong is exiled. Yeah, sure, whatever, that's fine. Advancements in medicine. Ooh, yes, please. I would like to learn about quinine, or however it's pronounced. That would be pretty cool. Free technology. Well, it's not free. We paid for it, actually, but still. Okay, I think the army's good enough. Let's start threatening people. Become tributary, please. Let's save first, because I don't trust anybody. Become tributary. Please, thank you. Someone's gonna join, right? Right, looking at you, Netherlands. Better not. Let me give you... Ooh, let's not do that. Let's give you a way to back down. You don't want to be too mean. Go on, buddy. You know no one's coming to save you, right? You might as well just give up, man. I'm so confused. Why? Okay, well, I guess we need to mobilize just to show them that we're serious. It's not a game, buddy. We will invade you. Anyway, I can't figure Russia out. I don't understand, man. They like us, but they hate us, but they like us. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, they guaranteed our independence, but why? Are you recognized yet? No. In order to recognize in the new update, to be recognized, what you have to do is go and research civilizing mission. And then an event chain pops up, and you basically get to become recognized or something. I don't know. Russia just wanted Vladivostok after all? I mean, the first time I was going to invade Manchuria, I only asked for southern Manchuria. Russia said, no, 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 no. You don't get to have southern Manchuria. So I backed down. Then later, after reforming the army, I'm like, okay, can I please have southern Manchuria now? Now they're like, okay, no problem. Not an issue. And now they're guaranteeing my independence? I don't understand this. Is it because I'm actually, like, rapidly industrializing? Is it because, like, my economy is getting better? Is it the army? I don't know. Maybe they respect the strength of the army now? Clearly not that much, because they're guaranteeing our independence. They don't think that highly of us. They just wanted to delay you until they get their objectives? I guess so. I think they were maybe afraid that we might take Outer Manchuria as well, because they want that, but I don't know, man. I don't know. France likes us. That's cool. Thank you. Oh my god, is that another aristocratic revolt? Come on, man. At least I can intervene in that one, though. So, hey buddy, do you want to, like, back down? Thank you. Took longer than usual. Let's not mobilize that many people, actually. How about we get 5 infantry, put them over here, And then we give them some random general. Like, here you go, buddy. Then you can actually travel here. We'll wait and remobilize you. I think because Manchuria gave them the state that they wanted, I guess so. Maybe it was something to do with like a journal entry and they just wanted to complete it. So they wanted to wait until they had these two states. I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh no, bro. Why are you domineering? Okay, I changed my mind. Russia is my new best friend. Yep. Yep. That's You have to wait a few more days to mobilize this army. There you go. Losing 0.14, you're losing 0.16. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Let's increase taxes a little bit. Then after field works, I guess we'll go with dialectics, so we can actually make use of our universities. You're 100% dead. Great game is now over Korea, apparently. I don't know. I mean, if Russia's guaranteeing our independence, I think we can just refuse the British. Need to work on getting more loyalists? Oh no, don't worry, man. They're all Manchurian. They just don't like me. Something about conquering their territory? I don't know. They seemed upset about that. I'm not sure why. Alright, it would be great if instead of building 60 bajillion railways, we decided to maybe build... Oh, you're building a Shanxi. Why are you doing this, man? You don't have to do that. Okay. Trade agreement with you, You know, when I become an empire, or once I become recognized, I'm definitely going to form a power block, right? Like, absolutely. First thing I'm doing is forming a power block, which will be the Korean Empire. Now, that is going to be a sovereign empire, which means we're going to have the vassalization tenet, which means we should be able to vassalize anybody who we can find enough influence over. So we don't actually need to puppet everybody. What we can do instead... That's not actually that bad. Anyway, what we can do instead is... have enough foreign investment in those countries We can invite them to our block. And then we can use our unique thing, which would allow us to subjugate them for free with no infamy. At least I think it's no infamy. So, like, when we talk about having these trade agreements, it is in our interest to have these. Because the more dependent they become on us, then the easier we can put them into our power block, and the easier we'll be able to subjugate them for free. The economy is kind of plateauing a little bit, though, and I don't like that. Alright, that's a little bit of innovation. We definitely need to get a lot more, though. Wait, why are you not... Sorry. Why aren't you hiring people? You just don't want to, or what? I guess I was gonna say, well, oh, maybe it's too expensive. That doesn't make sense. I'm the one paying for it. It can't be that expensive. Like, that wouldn't even be a problem. Well, maybe we can... I don't know, maybe we can import? Oh, no one's gonna make enough paper for us to import. Qualifications, probably? But that's what the university's supposed to fix. Okay. Actually, can I change the government at any point? I still need you to abdicate, actually. How do I do that? Reduce your population, or your popularity, not population. He's sickly. Oh, never mind. Okay, he's gonna die. Actually, he's been sickly his entire life. And he hasn't died yet. This guy's 33. How old are you? 54. Please die. I kind of want him to die. Because then the heir, who's an industrialist, can take charge, and then we can, like, actually get a lot of things done. I mean, we've gotten a lot done, actually. We're not doing too bad. Anyway, let's build more paper mills. Pass a law that infuriates the landowners? See, the problem is people like me too much. It's really unfortunate. I have too many loyalists, so the interest groups like me too much to get anybody angry from passing like anything. Oh, I can radicalize the trade unions by doing this. Hold on. Please rise up. Please become insurrectionary. Please get angry. Get mauled. Get really upset, please. You have just... Oh, no, you're marginalized, so you're not even going to rise up. Ugh. You're useless to me. Okay, we don't actually want to grab that, though. Ooh, I did a thing I wasn't supposed to do. My bad. There's gotta be a way to upset somebody. Somebody has to get angry enough at something that we can force the king to step down. Peasant levies. It still wouldn't radicalize anybody. Hereditary bureaucrats? Nope. Not enough to radicalize. Nope. Ooh. Radicalize the rural folk. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can force them to step down by doing that. And maybe if we upset people with public healthcare. Nope, that still wouldn't be enough to upset people. Going all the way to land-based taxation. Yeah, that's gonna upset the rural folk just enough to rise up. At least it should. Please rise up. You're supposed to be angry. What happened? Yeah, there you go. That's radicalized, right? That's enough to radicalize them? Minus 11 should be enough. Please rise up. Please get angry. Set up paper import. I mean, I guess we could, but we're also building paper. Republican? No. Stop that. Yes. Maybe? Yeah, we'll do that. Come on, the rural folk have to get upset enough, right? Also, let's get nationalism just for more authority. And the universities, I mean, it's going to cost a lot more paper, but we're building more paper. Let's go ahead and actually import a little, because that's what the journal entry wanted me to do. So we'll import a little bit from Russia, and in fact, might actually do that trade agreement, because it seems Britain is kind of breathing down my neck a little, so. I don't get it. Why aren't they insurrectionary? They should be radicalized, right? Go on. Do something. Get angry, get mauled, or I don't know. Anything? Please? I need the king to step down. Like they're not, like it says it'll radicalize the rural folk, but they're not doing it. They're not being radicalized, and I kind of need them to become radicalized so they can like rise up and be angry. We are so back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I mean, if they're offering, what kind of a person would I be to turn down such a desperate nation who looking for aid in this time of trouble, you know? What kind of person would I be? You know what I mean? Oh, okay, random, why do you do this to me? Random GUI thing. Alright, I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles, you know. It's crazy how that works. Oh, game crashed. Okay, I want to at least finish that one war. Please. Please don't make it so that they have to send it again. Streamer luck, seriously. Are your people too poor to be mad? I don't think so. They have like 7%. They're not marginalized, you know? They have at least some influence. I don't know. Okay, we're still actually in the war, and that's great. I'm gonna give them until this passes consideration. Oh, nope, it crashed again. Well, that's not good. Well, I mean, we can give it one more time. I sent a, you know, a crash report this time. We'll give it one more shot. But if it crashes on auto pause again, then we're probably just gonna have to call it for today, because, you know, it's been like 6 hours anyway. We had a good short stream, you know? Maybe no territory would join them so they can't revolt. That's a pretty good theory, actually. That would make sense. They don't have enough support in any one specific territory, so they don't have enough influence to revolt at all. That makes sense. Okay, well, let's save the game, because this will be, like, pretty much the new save point if it crashes again. And GUI issues. Cool. Please don't crash again. Okay, it's over. Yeah. I really don't know how to fix that, actually. Man, I was so excited to turn him into a tributary, because that's, like, literally free land. Free territory. Literally, what was that, like 70 million pops I was going to get as a tributary? The amount of money I was going to get out of that was going to be enormous. But, I guess we can't keep playing today. Alright, I guess, you know, I'm probably gonna, like, send the save in and, like, ask if they can get it fixed for me or something, because it seems like it's a very specific day that it crashes. It's probably some kind of weird event or something. The fact that it happened like 3 times means it's almost definitely not like a system error on my end. And it was like always on like the 4th of December, which means it's like, it's gotta be something that happens on that day that's causing a crash. Something that I don't have the time or know-how to fix. So I'm probably just gonna send it into the Paradox studio and see if they can fix it for me. Because I would like to stream a second part of this. It's probably one of the better runs I've had at all in Vic 3, actually. So, yeah, it's a little disappointing that we had to stop here, but, you know, after 6 hours, I think it's reasonable. Reasonable that we just sort of end things here for today, I think. You know, it was a pretty good run, though. Had a good 6 hours. And I will hopefully be back with more Vic 3s sometime. Probably not this week, because, I mean, on Thursday I'm going up to a cottage, and I only come back on the Tuesday following. So I'm gonna be gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and frankly a good part of Tuesday as well. Which means I don't really know when the next stream is going to be. It could very well be like... It could be the day I leave, or it could be the day I come back, it depends. Well, actually, I mean, if Parabellum happens on Wednesday, then I'll see you guys on Wednesday at least, right? Jump scared by the armor, was used to the top hat and mustache style. No one expects the medieval theme after playing Vic 3 for 6 hours. Anyway, I've completely forgot to bring up my music. There we go. Alright, yeah, that kind of concludes for today. I'm actually going to make a stream schedule this evening, so you guys know when I'm going to stream. I think I probably could do a stream sometime this week. Probably Thursday. I can probably get everything else done, like, tomorrow or something. Tomorrow and Tuesday, and then whatever. I'll figure something out. You guys will know fairly soon. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, especially any of you who might have watched, like, the entirety, like, the full 6 hours. Really appreciate that. And, of course, all the VOD watchers who may or may not be rewatching this right now. Gotta shout out to those guys. They really carry the view numbers on these VODs. Anyway, I'll see you guys sometimes this week. Thank you for stopping by. It might be more Vic 3, maybe. I'm gonna send in my save, see if they can figure out what's wrong with it, have them send it back to me, and if that works, then I'll play more Vic 3 this week, because I really want to continue that run. I was, like, really getting into it. The first few hours was, like, you know, sitting around, waiting for industry, and then boom. Qing collapse. We get to invade China, Manchuria, do a bunch of stuff. So I was really looking forward to doing more of that, but we'll see. I'll see you guys later, and because apparently I forgot to say it last time, bye, bit.